Again, today's presentation will be called The Absolute Truth of the House of David. We will use the scriptures of truth to show and reveal the vision that we find in the scriptures dealing with David's house. Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, I think I just knocked off somebody on the WhatsApp. Yoel. I just knocked off several people. I think I just tried to add Hosea, and that knocked off everybody, but it said in and join. So, yeah, we got to figure this out. And see, they just calling back. Hold on. I'm sure they might be able to call back.
So, I'm going to call everybody back again. I'm going to hang it up.
Huh?
I'm about to hang it up. To add another person. Only people that can come back is people that was on here.
All we need to do is locate the call and click the join button.
See if you can find locating. It's a join button. Cool.
Call you, though. I don't know that.
It's not on this part. I know you're in here, though. Yes, we just got on here. The absolute truth of the house of David. Brother Yamin Israel will read Psalms 24, Psalms 47, and 1 Chronicles 16, verse 7 to 36 for us all. After he's done, I'll come back, reintroduce the presentation, and we'll get right into it. Are you ready, my brother Yamin?
Absolutely.
You got the mic.
Shalom, brothers and sisters. As my brother stated, I would love for everyone to turn to Psalms 24, please. That is Psalms 2:4. It reads, "The earth is Yahweh's, and the fullness thereof, the world and they that dwell therein. For he hath founded it upon the seas, and established it upon the floods. Who shall ascend into the hill of Yahweh? Or who shall stand in his holy place? He that hath clean hands and a pure heart, who hath not lifted up his soul unto vanity, nor sworn deceitfully. He shall receive the blessing from Yahweh, and righteousness from the Elohim of his salvation. This is the generation of them that seek him, that seek thy face, O Yaakov, Selah. Lift up your heads, O ye gates, and be ye lift up, ye everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in. Who is the King of glory? Yahweh, strong and mighty. Yahweh, mighty in battle. Lift up your heads, O ye gates, even lift them up, ye everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in. Who is the King of glory? Yahweh of hosts. He is the King of glory. Selah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
As my brother stated, again, I would love for everyone to turn to Psalms 47, please. That is Psalms 4:7. It reads, "O clap your hands, all ye people. Shout unto Elohim with the voice of triumph. For Yahweh most high, terrible. He is a great king over all the earth. He shall subdue the people under us, and the nations under our feet. He shall choose our inheritance for us, the excellency of Yahakol, whom he loved. Selah. Elohim is gone up with a shout, Yahweh with the sound of a trumpet. Sing praises to Elohim. Sing praises. Sing praises unto our King. Sing praises. For Elohim is the King of all the earth. Sing ye praises with understanding. Elohim reigneth over the heathen. Elohim sitteth upon the throne of his holiness. The princes of the people are gathered together, even the people of the Elohim of Abraham. For the shields of the earth belong unto Elohim. He is greatly exalted." Hallelujah!
Hallelujah.
And as my brother stated, I would love for everyone to turn to 1 Chronicles 16th chapter. That's 1 Chronicles 16th chapter and the 7th verse. We're starting at the 7th verse. Again, that is 1 Chronicles, the 16th chapter, and we're starting at the 7th verse. It reads, "Then on that day, David delivered first this song to thank Yahweh into the hand of Asaph and his brethren. Give thanks unto Yahweh. Call upon his name. Make known his deeds among the people. Sing unto him. Sing psalms unto him. Talk ye of all his wondrous works. Glory ye in his holy name. Let the heart of them rejoice that seek Yahweh. Seek Yahweh and his strength. Seek his face continually. Remember his marvelous works that he hath done, his wonders, and the judgments of his mouth. O ye seed of Israel, his servant, ye children of Yahakol, his chosen one. He is Yahweh our Elohim. His judgments are in all the earth. Be ye mindful always of his covenant, the word which he commanded to 1,000 generations, even of the covenant which he made with Abraham, and of his oath unto Ishkak, and hath confirmed the same to Yahakol for a law, and to Israel for an everlasting covenant. Saying, unto thee will I give the land of Canaan, the lot of your inheritance, when ye were but few, even a few, and strangers in it. And when they went from nation to nation, and from one kingdom to another people, he suffered no man to do them wrong. Yea, he reproved kings for their sakes, saying, touch not mine anointed, and do my prophets no harm. Sing unto Yahweh all the earth. Shew forth from day to day his salvation. Declare his glory among the heathen, his marvelous works among all nations. For great is Yahweh, and greatly to be praised. He is also to be feared above all deities. For all the deities of the people are idols, but Yahweh made the heavens. Glory and honor are in his presence. Strength and gladness are in his place. Give unto Yahweh, ye kindreds of the people. Give unto Yahweh glory and strength. Give unto Yahweh the glory due unto his name. Bring an offering and come before him. Worship Yahweh in the beauty of holiness. Fear before him all the earth. The world also shall be stable, that it not be moved. Pardon me. Let the heavens be glad, and let the earth rejoice, and let men say among the nations, Yahweh reigneth. Let the sea roar, and the fullness thereof. Let the fields rejoice, and all that is therein. Then shall the trees of the wood sing out at the presence of Yahweh, because he cometh to judge the earth. O give thanks unto Yahweh, for he is good, for his mercy endureth forever. And say ye, save us, O Elohim of our salvation, and gather us together, and deliver us from the heathen, that we may give thanks to thy holy name, and glory in thy praise. Blessed be Yahweh Elohim of Israel forever and ever. And all the people said, Amen, and praise Yahweh. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah.
Amen. And hallelujah. Amen and hallelujah. Today's presentation will be called The Absolute Truth of the House of David. Again, we will use this presentation to make a distinction between the words we find in the scriptures of truth and the words we find rumored throughout the earth. And we will try to present this presentation in chronological order, where it will make it easier for you to understand and find these great words of truth. Before we get started in this great presentation, I would like to give thanks and praises to the Creator of the heaven and earth and everything therein is by saying hallelujah, and also would like to ask Yahweh to allow the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart to be acceptable in his sight, Yahweh, our strength and our Redeemer. At this time, please get yourself in Holy Scripture, a pen and a piece of paper, that you may jot down these most relevant scriptures that we will use this day. For we have many scriptures to present. As it was asked, is there anything new? The answer is no. There's nothing new under the sun. These are the words that Yahweh have commanded forever. The same words that he spoke to all our fathers, even to this day. Before I get started in this great presentation, I would like to warn the listening audience by way of words of wisdom that we may be more ready to hear than to give the sacrifices of foods, and we will fear Yahweh and depart from evil. So let's start off by us all turning our holy scriptures to Proverbs, the 3rd chapter. Let us all please start by turning our holy scriptures to Proverbs, the 3rd chapter, and we will read Proverbs, the 3rd chapter, the 3rd verse to the 7th verse. And it reads, "Let not mercy and truth forsake thee. Bind them about thy neck. Write them upon the table of thy heart. So shall thou find favor and good understanding in the sight of Elohim and man. Trust in Yahweh with all thy heart, and lean not into thy own understanding. In all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy path. Be not wise in thy own eyes. Fear Yahweh and depart from evil." It also tells us in this great book of wisdom, if we take a look at the 16th chapter of Proverbs, and we find in the 16th chapter of Proverbs these great words of warning. If we pick up at the 6th verse, and it reads, "By mercy and truth, iniquity is purged, and by the fear of Yahweh, men depart from evil." When a man's ways pleases Yahweh, he makes even his enemies to be at peace with him. Better is a little with righteousness than great revenues without right. A man's heart devises his way, but Yahweh directs his steps. A divine sentence is in the lips of the king. His mouth transgressed not in judgment. A just weight and balance are Yahweh. All the weights of the bag are his work. It is an abomination to kings to commit wickedness, for the throne is established by righteousness. Righteous lips are the delight of kings, and they love him that speak right. The wrath of a king is as messengers of death, but a wise man will suffice it. And the light of the king's countenance is life, and his favor is as a cloud of the latter rain. How much better is it to get wisdom than gold, and to get understanding, rather to be chosen, and to get understanding, rather to be chosen than silver. The highway of the upright is to depart from evil. He that keeps his way preserves his life. Pride goes before destruction, and an haughty spirit before a fall. Better it is to be an humble spirit with the lowly than to divide the spoil with the proud. He that handles a matter wisely shall find good, and whoso trusts in Yahweh, happy is he. The wise in heart shall be called prudent, and the sweetness of the lips increase learning. Understanding is a wellspring of life, and to him that hath it. But the instructions of fools is folly. The heart of the wise teaches his mouth, and adds learning to his lips. Pleasant words are as honey, or as an honeycomb, sweet to the soul, and health to the bones. I'll stop at this 25th verse, and it says, there is a way that seems right unto a man, but the end thereof are the ways of death. And one more place I would love to go to is found in the 25th division of Proverbs. Proverbs chapter 25. And it tells us in Proverbs 25, if we pick up at the first verse, and we will read to the 12th verse. And it reads, these are also proverbs of Solomon, which the men of Hezekiah, king of Yehuda, copied out. It is the glory of Elohim to conceal a thing, but the honor of kings is to search out a matter. The heaven for height, and the earth for depth, and the heart of kings is unsearchable. Take away the dross from the silver, and there shall come forth a vessel for the finer. Take away the wicked from before the king, and his throne shall be established in righteousness. Put not forth thyself in the presence of the king, and stand not in the place of great men. For better it is that it be said unto thee, come up hither, than that thou should be put lower in the presence of the prince, whom thy eyes have seen. Go not forth hastily to strive, lest I know not what to do in the end thereof, when thy neighbor hath put thee to shame. Debate thy cause with thy neighbor himself, and discover not a secret to another, lest he that hear it put thee to shame, and thy infirmity turn not away. A word filthily spoken is like apples of gold and pitchers of silver. And the last verse is the 12th verse. As an earring of gold and an ornament of fine gold, so is a wise reprover upon an obedient ear. I would like the listening audience also to turn your holy scriptures to the book of Amos. The book of Amos, the 3rd chapter. And what we find written in the book of Amos, the 3rd chapter, is these great words of wisdom. And it tells us in Amos, the 3rd chapter, get there. If we take a look at the 7th and 8th verse, and it reads, surely Yahweh Elohim will do nothing, but he revealed his secret unto his servants, the prophets. The lion have roared, who will not fear? Yahweh Elohim has spoken, who can but prophesy? And today we will prophesy all that we find written dealing with the truth of the house of David. And when we receive these words, just like when the lion roared, it is as who will not fear. Thus it also says, Yahweh Elohim has spoken. Who can but prophesy? And in these things that we are prophesying today, we are to fear. Thus, let us go to the book of Genesis. And let's see what is revealed in the beginning. Let's turn our holy scriptures to Genesis, the 12th chapter. Genesis, the 12th chapter, and we will read the first 3 verses to try to establish by way of prophecy that which Yahweh has visioned for the house of David. Genesis, the 12th chapter. And it tells us in Genesis, the 12th chapter, if we read the first 3 verses, these great words of prophecy. Now Yahweh has said unto Abram, get thee out of thy country, and from thy kindred, and from thy father's house. And please take note every time we see the rendering of one's house, into a land that I will show thee. And I will make of thee a great nation, and I will bless thee, and make thy name great, and thy shall be a blessing. The last verse is the 3rd verse. And I will bless them that bless thee, and curse him that curse thee. And in thee shall all families of the earth be blessed. We also find in the 15th chapter of Genesis more words that will establish this great blessing that has been placed on our father Abraham. And it will denote how the house of David came about. Let us turn to Genesis, the 15th chapter. Genesis, the 15th chapter, and let's read with understanding the first 6 verses. Genesis, the 15th chapter, the 1st to the 6th verse. And it reads, after these things, the word of Yahweh came into Abram in a vision, saying, fear not, Abram, I am thy shield, and thy exceeding great reward. And Abram said, Master Elohim, what will thou give me? Please take note. Seeing I go childless, and the steward of my house is this Eleazar of Damascus. And Abram said, behold, to me thou hast given no seed, and lo, one born in my house is my hire. The scriptures tells us in the book of wisdom that wisdom, get ye wisdom. And it says, and all thy getting, get understanding. So we are reading about the vision that Yahweh has displayed into Abram. And we find out, dealing with what we just read in Genesis 12, that the Almighty placed the greatest blessing that man can receive. It was a divine blessing, so divine that Abram had the power to bless them that blessed him and curse them that cursed him. Well, we find in the 15th chapter, the Almighty is continuing to establish that blessing. And Abram has the understanding that it's talking about him in his house. To the extent he asked Yahweh, how could these things be when I have no children? How can you bless me in a house when I have no children? The only person that I have that can be a recipient of these great words of prophecy is this Eleazar of Damascus, which is a steward in my house. Thus we find it reading in the 3rd verse, and Elohim and Abram said, behold, to me thou hast given no seed. What is the significance of the seed? For our fathers did not have the thought that they were going to live forever. So he is a recipient of these great words of vision and prophecy, but he know that he wasn't going to live forever. So how is these words going to be established when I don't have no seed, no children? We find in the 4th verse, and behold, the word of Yahweh came into him, saying, this shall not be thy hire, because he did not come from his lions. He did not come from his bowels. He was a servant of one from Damascus. Thus Yahweh allowed him to know how these blessings will continue and how that honor will continue of his great name. It reads, this shall not be thy hire, but he that shall come forth out of thy own bowels shall be thy hire. And that he that came out of his own bowels, what did he hire? What did he receive? What type of inheritance did he receive? And he received the same inheritance of the words that was originally spoken to Abram. The same blessing, the same mercy was to be placed on his son. Thus we find in the 5th verse, and he brought him forth abroad and said, look now toward heaven and tell the stars if thou be able to number them. Well, what is the significance of the stars? How do we relate that to the house of Abram? It reads, and he said unto him, so shall thy seed be. The 6th verse reads, and he believed, even though there was not even one son produced yet, even though there was not one seed produced yet. He believed in Yahweh, and Yahweh counted it to Abram for righteousness. And we note in this same chapter, if we take a look at the 15th verse, it tells us, and thou shalt go to thy fathers in peace. So he knew that he was going to die. But he believed in all that Yahweh had said. And all that Yahweh had said was denoting a house. a chosen seed out of all the seeds of Abram. And there will be a house that will denote all the blessings, all the honor that has been placed on Abram. So it reads in the 15th verse, and thou shalt go to thy fathers in peace, thou shalt be buried in a good old age. It also tells us to continue on this wise. If we take a look in the 17th chapter of Genesis, and Genesis denotes the beginning, and Yahweh required that which has passed. Thus we find in Genesis the 17th chapter, if we all turn there, please, and pick up at the very first verse, and let's read to the 16th verse. For we will find that this seed denotes a house. And out of this house shall come forth kings. Thus it reads in Genesis, the 17th chapter, the very first verse to the 16th verse. And it reads, and when Abram was 90 years old and 9, Yahweh appeared to Abram and said unto him, I am the Almighty Elohim. Walk before me and be thy perfect. Not do the best you can, nor have he ever asked any of our fathers to give him a benefit of a doubt. But what is commanded is to walk before me and be thy perfect. And I will make my covenant between me and thee, and I will multiply thee exceedingly. And Abram fell on his face, and Elohim talked with him, saying, as for me, behold, my covenant is with thee, and thou shalt be a father of many nations. Neither shall thy name any more be called Abram, but thy name shall be called Abraham. For a father of many nations have I made thee. And I will make thee exceedingly fruitful. Please take note of the vision. And I will make nations of thee, and kings shall come out of thee. And I will establish my covenant between me and thee and thy seed after thee in their generations for an everlasting covenant, to be an Elohim into thee and to thy seed after thee. For the Almighty have revealed to Abram in the 15th chapter that he will die like all his other fathers have died.
Can you make it?
It tells us in the 8th verse, and I will give into thee and to thy seed after thee the land wherein thou art a stranger, all the land of Canaan. Please put yourself on mute, please. For an everlasting possession, and I will be their Elohim. And Elohim said unto Abraham, thou shalt keep my covenant. Therefore thy in thy seed after thee in their generations. This is my covenant, which ye shall keep between me and you, and thy seed after thee. Every man child among you shall be circumcised, and ye shall circumcise the flesh of your foreskin, and it shall be a token of the covenant between me and you. And he that is 8 days old shall be circumcised among you. Every man child in your generations, he that is born in the house or bought with money of any stranger which is not of thy seed, he that is born in thy house and he that is bought with thy money must need be circumcised, and my covenant shall be in your flesh for an everlasting covenant. And the uncircumcised man child, whose flesh of his foreskin is not circumcised, that soul shall be cut off from his people. For he hath broken my covenant. And Elohim said unto Abraham, as for Sarah thy wife, thou shalt not call her name Sarah, but Sarah shall her name be. This is the last verse I'll read, the 16th verse, and it reads, and I will bless her, and give thee a son also of her, which denote the chosen of all those seeds. It reads, and I will bless her, and give thee a son also of her. Yea, I will bless her, and she shall be a mother of nations. And please take note, kings of people shall be of her. It also tells us in conclusion, dealing with what was vision in the beginning, if we take one more look in the book of Genesis, this time the 49th chapter of Genesis. The 49th chapter of Genesis. And we will find further words dealing with Abram's house and dealing with Abram's seed and dealing with these great kings that was visually told to Abram that him and his wife would be mothers and fathers of. Thus, we find in the 49th chapter of Genesis. And let's pick up at the 8th verse. And let's read to the 12th verse. For it tells us in Genesis, the 49th chapter, the 8th verse to the 12th verse, these great words. And it reads, Yehuda, thou art he whom thy brethren shall praise. Thy hand shall be in the neck of thy enemy. Thy father's children shall bow down before thee. Yehuda is a lion whip from the prey. My son, thou art gone up. He stooped down, he crouches as a lion, And as an old lion, who shall rouse him up? The 10th verse reads, the scepter shall not depart from Yehuda. And these are the words that is told from the beginning, before things actually developed and was established. It says, the scepter shall not depart from Yehuda, nor a lawgiver from between his feet, until Shalom comes, and into him shall the gathering of the people be, binding his foals into the vine, and his asses coat into the choice vine. He washed his garment in wine, and his clothes in the blood of grapes. His eyes shall be red with wine, and his teeth white with milk. So these are the blessings that was given to the fourth son of Abraham's grandson, which was Jacob. Thus we find in the 28th verse of this same chapter these words in closing. And it reads, all these are the 12 tribes of Israel. And this is it that their fathers speak unto them. And note, it reads, and bless them, every one according to his blessing, he blessed them. And we know that the Almighty told us that once Yahweh blessed thee, no man can curse thee. No man can take away the blessings that Yahweh had placed upon his children. Thus, we will find that Yehuda ruled in Israel all the days long, for it is a covenant forever. Same as the blessing we find that was placed on Levi. Those words will never be quenched, nor will those two families ever be excluded from the 12 tribes of Israel. The seed of Abraham, the sons of Jacob. Thus, let us turn our scriptures to Numbers, the 21st chapter. Numbers, the 21st chapter. For it tells us by the law and by the testimonies, if you don't come according to these, it is only because there is no light in thee. So we're going to establish this great presentation, which is called the absolute truth of the house of David, by the law and by the testimonies. Let us all please turn our holy scriptures to Numbers, the 21st chapter. And what we find in Numbers, the 21st chapter, is just a few words denoting what we just read of the blessing that Jacob put upon his fourth son, which was none other than Yehuda, when it spoke about a lawgiver. Thus we find in Numbers, the 21st chapter, the 14th to the 18th verse, these great words. Wherefore it is said in the book of the wars of Yahweh, what he did in the Red Sea and in the brooks of Ammon and at the stream of the brooks that goes down to the dwelling of Ur and lieth upon the border of Moab. And from thence they went to Beer, that is the well whereof Yahweh speak unto Moses. Gather the people together, and I will give them water. Then Israel sung this song: Spring up, O well, sing ye into it. And please take note of the last verse we will read, which is this 18th verse. The princes dig the well. The nobles of the people digged it by the direction of the lawgiver with their stripes, and from the wilderness they went to Mathanah. So it lets us know that it was talking to those that are considered the princes, and the direction came by way of the lawgiver. We'll find, if we take another look in the book of the law, in the book of Deuteronomy, the 17th chapter, further evidence of a future king among the children of Israel, as promised to Abraham and Sarah, their father and their mother. Deuteronomy, the 17th chapter. And what do we find here? It tells us, if we pick up at the 14th verse and read to the 20th verse, these great words of a future king. Thus it reads: When thou art come into the land which Yahweh thy Elohim gives thee, and shall possess it, and shall dwell therein, for there is a time for everything under the sun, and shall say, I will set a king over me, like as all the nations that are about me. Thou shalt in any wise set him king over thee, whom Yahweh thy Elohim shall choose, one from among thy brethren. Thou shalt set king over thee. Thou mayest not set a stranger over thee, which is not of thy brethren. But he shall not multiply horses to himself, nor cause the people to return to Egypt, to the end that he should magnify horses or multiply horses, for as much as Yahweh hath said unto you, ye shall henceforth return no more that way. Neither shall he multiply wives to himself, that his heart turn not away, neither shall he greatly multiply to himself silver and gold. And it shall be, when he sitteth upon the throne of his kingdom, that he shall write him a copy of this law in a book, out of that which is before the priests, the Levites. And it shall be with him, and he shall read therein all the days of his life, that he may learn to fear Yahweh his Elohim, to keep all the words of this law, and these statutes to do them, that his heart be not lifted up above his brethren, and that he turn not aside from the commandment to the right hand or to the left, to the end that he may prolong his days, not live forever, but prolong his days in his kingdom. He, please take note, and his children in the midst of Israel. It also tells us, as we just read, dealing with a future king, if we turn our scriptures to 1 Samuel, the 8th chapter. Let us all please turn our scriptures to 1 Samuel, the 8th chapter. Your brother is trying to bring forth this great wisdom and knowledge and understanding of the absolute truth of the house of David by way of telling the story as it is written in the scriptures of truth. Thus, let us turn our scriptures to 1 Samuel, the 8th chapter. And what we find in 1 Samuel, the 8th chapter, piggybacking from what we just read in the book of the law, the book of Deuteronomy, the 17th chapter, talking about and describing the duties of the future king, we find in 1 Samuel, the 8th chapter, if we pick up at the first verse, and let's read to the 10th verse. And it reads, and it came to pass, when Samuel was old, that he made his sons judges over Israel. Now, the name of his firstborn was Joel, and the name of his second, Abijah. They were judges in Beersheba. And his sons walked not in his way. Please take note of these words. But turned aside after lunacy, and took bribes, and perverted judgment. Then all the elders of Israel gathered themselves together, and came to Samuel into Ramah, and said unto him, behold, thou art old, and thy sons walk not in thy ways. Now make us a king to judge us like all the nations. But the thing displeased Samuel, even though Samuel knew the law that was found in Deuteronomy, the 17th chapter. It reads, but the thing displeased Samuel when they said, give us a king to judge us. And Samuel prayed unto Yahweh. And Yahweh said unto Samuel, hearken unto the voice of the people. and all that they say unto thee. For they have not rejected thee, but they have rejected me, that I should not reign over them. As our brother Yamin read in Psalms 24 and Psalms 47, that Yahweh is the king of the whole earth. It reads in the 8th verse, according to all the works which they have done since the day that I brought them up out of Egypt, even into this day, wherewith they have forsaken me and served other gods. So do they also unto thee. Now therefore hearken unto their voice, howbeit yet protest solemnly unto them, and show them the manner of the king that shall reign over them. The last verse that I will read is the 10th verse, and it reads, and Samuel told all the words of Yahweh and to the people that asked of him a king. Let's take a look at the 10th chapter of this same book, 1 Samuel, the 10th chapter. And it allows us to know in the first verse of the 10th chapter of 1 Samuel, it reads, then Samuel took a veil of oil and poured it upon his head and kissed him and said, is it not because Yahweh have anointed? Please take note how our fathers was chosen and how they were established and set up. It lets us know that Samuel, if we would have read the 9th verse or the 9th chapter, it would allow us to know that this king name was Saul. And he come by way of the tribe of Benjamin. Well, the 10th chapter, the first verse tells us, then Samuel took a veil of oil and poured it upon his head and kissed him and said, is it not because Yahweh have anointed thee to be captain over his inheritance? So it allows us to know one of the definitions of a king. He is known as a captain. He is known as a shepherd. He is known as a prince. He is known as a judge. And all of his days supposed to represent judging righteously, dealing with Yahweh's children. So it tells us that Saul was anointed. Well, let's pick up at the 17th verse of this same chapter. And let's read to the 25th verse. And it reads, and Samuel called the people together unto Yahweh to Mizpah, and said unto the children of Israel, thus said Yahweh Elohim of Israel, I brought up Israel out of Egypt, and delivered you out of the hand of the Egyptians, and out of the hand of all kingdoms, and of them that oppressed you. And ye have this day rejected your Elohim, who himself saved you out of all your adversaries. And your your tribulations. And ye have said unto him, Nay, but set a king over us. Now therefore present yourselves before Yahweh by your tribes and by your thousands. And when Samuel had caused all the tribes of Israel to come near, the tribe of Benjamin was taken. When he had caused the tribe of Benjamin to come near by their families, the family of Matri was taken, and Saul, the son of Cush, was taken. And when they sought him, he could not be found. Therefore, they inquired of Yahweh further, if the man should yet come tighter. And Yahweh answered, Behold, he hath hid himself among the stuff. And they ran and fetched him thence. And when he stood among the people, he was higher than any of the people, from his shoulders and upward. And Samuel said to all the people, See ye him, whom Yahweh hath chosen, that there is none like him among all the people. And all the people shouted and said, Elohim, save the king. Then Samuel, the last verse that we will read, then Samuel told the people the manner of the kingdom, and wrote it in a book, and laid it up before Yahweh. And Samuel sent all the people away, every man to his house. Well, this king that the people begged Yahweh to give them wind up not being a king after Yahweh's heart. So as we read in the book of 1 Samuel, we see that Saul committed sin against Yahweh. Thus, and I'm kind of jumping the gun, that sin is found, the first sin that Saul committed is found in 1 Samuel, the 13th chapter. Before we get to his sin, I just want y'all to know that. You're supposed to be taking down these notes. I'll just let you know where the first sin of Saul is located. It is found in 1 Samuel, the 13th chapter. But before we read or get to that point of the matter, I would like to read and go to what is known as the second sin of Saul. And that is found in the 15th chapter of 1 Samuel. Let us all please turn our scriptures to 1 Samuel, the 15th chapter. And we are just bringing forth what was prophetically spoken to our fathers in the beginning, working our way up to the absolute truth of the house of David. For Saul was not of the house of David. Saul was not of Yehuda, but instead of Benjamin. And as we read, we will find out that his heart was not after Yahweh. Thus, it tells us in the 15th chapter of 1 Samuel, if we pick up at the 10th verse, And these words come by way of the second sin of Saul, which he committed in Gilgal. One second, please. Hold on 1 second. Because people is falling off on the WhatsApp app. The WhatsApp. 1 second, please. We need to take a pause for a quick second. We having problems with the WhatsApp. People is falling off. I don't know why. But I do want them to hear this live presentation, even though we will have it recorded. We was about to read 1 Samuel, the 15th chapter. 1 second. Shalom, Israel. Can everybody hear me fine on the 701 number? Unmute them right quick. Shalom, Israel. Can everyone hear me on the 701 number? Can the listening audience hear me? Right now it said Hosea and 10 others. He's calling in and said ignore or join.
Okay.
Let's see this one on there. Can everyone hear me on the 701 number?
Oh, so what? You.
Can you hear me, brother?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I just want to make I want to make sure everyone can hear me on the what app. It looked like everybody done got kicked off. So I was just hoping that you all that's listening to the 701 number is not being kicked off.
Oh, good.
Sure, that's good. Okay.
All right, I just want everybody to know that we're still going. I'm just concerned about those I see getting dropped off on the what app.
Okay, appreciate it, brother. Appreciate it.
But he got the other number, though. Hey, I've taken over that shit now.
Huh? All right, so if somebody try to call in, what to do? Go back to the information. Let me see the names. That one ringing too. Sorry again for any inconvenience. We having technical difficulties of dealing with the what app. I'm going to continue on with the presentation. Hopefully they can join themselves. If not, again, we're sorry for the inconvenience, and it will be recorded. Everyone to be put back on mute, and your brother will continue with the presentation. We should find ourselves in 1 Samuel, the 15th chapter, dealing with the second sin of King Saul. And we're going to pick up at the 10th verse. And it reads, Then came the word of Yahweh unto Samuel, saying, It repent me that I have set up Saul to be king, for he is turned back from following me, and have not performed my commandments. And it grieved Samuel, and he cried unto Yahweh all night. And when Samuel rose early to meet Saul in the morning, it was told Samuel, saying, Saul came to Carmel. And behold, he set him up a place, and is gone about, and passes on, gone down to Gilgal. And Samuel came to Saul, and Saul said unto him, Blessed be thy of Yahweh. I have performed the commandment of Yahweh. And Samuel said, What means then this blistering of the sheep in my ears, and the lowing of the oxen which I hear? And Saul said, They have brought them from the Amalekites, For the people spared the best of the sheep and of the oxen to sacrifice unto Yahweh thy Elohim. And the rest we have utterly destroyed. Then Samuel said unto Saul, Stay, and I will tell thee what Yahweh has said to me this night. And he said unto him, Say on. And Samuel said, When thou was little in thy own sight, was thou not made the head of the tribes of Israel? And Yahweh anointed thee king over Israel. And please take note that the kings of Israel was anointed. And the word anointed is Mashika, not Messiah. So we were not Messiahs, we were Mashikas. And we became king by way of anointing. Thus it reads in the 18th verse, And Yahweh sent thee on a journey, and said, Go and utterly destroy the sinners of the Amalekites, and fight against them until they be consumed. Wherefore then did thou not obey the voice of Yahweh, but didst fly upon the spoil, and didst evil in the sight of Yahweh? And Saul said unto Samuel, Yea, I have obeyed the voice of Yahweh, and have gone the way which Yahweh sent me, and have brought Agag the king of Amalek, and have utterly destroyed the Amalekites. But the people took of the spoils, sheep and oxen, the chief of the things which should have been utterly destroyed, to sacrifice to Yahweh thy Elohim in Gilgal. So they gave the benefit of a doubt. They did the best they could instead of doing all that was commanded. Thus, the 21st verse reads of 1 Samuel, the 15th chapter, But the people took of the spoil, sheep and oxen, the chief of the things which should have been utterly destroyed, to sacrifice unto Yahweh thy Elohim in Gilgal. And Samuel said, Have Yahweh as great delight in burnt offerings and sacrifices as in obeying the voice of Yahweh? Behold, to obey is better than sacrifice, and to hearken than the fat of rams. For rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft, and stubbornness is as iniquity and idolatry. Because thou hast rejected the word of Yahweh, he hath also rejected thee from being king. And Saul said unto Samuel, please take note, I have sinned, for I have transgressed the commandment of Yahweh and thy word, because I feared the people and obeyed their voice. Now therefore I pray thee, pardon my sin, and turn again with me, that I may worship Yahweh. And Samuel said unto King Saul, I will not return with thee, for thou hast rejected the word of Yahweh, and Yahweh have rejected thee from being king. Rejected thee from being king over Israel. And as Samuel turned about to go away, he laid hold upon the skirt of his mantle, and it rent. And Samuel said unto him, Yahweh have rent the kingdom of Israel from thee this day. And please take note what has happened to Saul. Because when we establish the truth of the house of David, we will find that the Almighty promised David's house that these things would never happen to them. Thus it reads again in the 28th verse, and Samuel said unto him, Yahweh have rent the king of Israel from the kingdom of Israel from thee this day, and have given it to a neighbor of thine that is better than thine. And also the strength of Israel will not lie, nor repent, for he is not a man that he should repent. Then he said, I have sinned, yet honor me now, I pray thee, before the elders of my people and before Israel, and turn again with me, that I may worship Yahweh thy Elohim. It tells us so Samuel turned again after Saul, and Saul worshiped Yahweh. Let us now turn our scriptures to the 16th chapter of 1 Samuel. And we will start seeing the absolute truth of the house of David. For it tells us in the 16th chapter of 1 Samuel, if we pick up at the very first verse, and it reads in the first verse, and Yahweh said unto Samuel, how long wilt thou mourn for Saul, seeing I have rejected him from reigning over Israel? Note, fill thy horn with oil, and go, and I will send thee to Jesse, the Bethlehemite, for I have provided me a king among his sons. So once Saul was rejected, the Almighty sent Samuel to anoint another king. A king not who the people chose, but a king that Yahweh have chosen. And please take note, both of these kings had to be anointed. Thus, it makes them Mashiachs instead of a Messiah. Messiah is an angelical term that has been placed in our Holy Scriptures to denote an anointed one. Messiah do not denote, nor does it define one that is anointed. If we pick up in this same chapter, and take a look at the 11th verse. And let's read to the 13th verse. And it tells us, and Samuel said unto Jesse, are here all thy children? And he said, there remains yet the youngest. And behold, he keeps the sheep. And Samuel said to Jesse, send and fetch him, for we will not sit down till he come hither. And he sent and brought him in. Now he was ruddy and withal of beautiful countenance, and goodly to look to. And Yahweh said, arise, anoint him, for this is he. Then Samuel took the horn of oil and anointed him in the midst of his brethren. And the Spirit of Yahweh came upon David from that day forward. So Samuel rose up and went into Ramah. It also tells us, if we take a look in 2 Samuel, the 5th chapter. Let us all turn our scriptures to 2 Samuel, the 5th chapter. And what we find in 2 Samuel, the 5th chapter, is these great words of the absolute truth of the house of David. 2 Samuel, the 5th chapter. And it reads, if we start at the 5th verse and read to the 10th verse, these great words of truth. Then came all the tribes of Israel to David and to Hebron, and speak, saying, behold, we are thy bone and thy flesh. Also in time past, when Saul was king over us, thy was he that led us out and brought us in Israel. And Yahweh said to thee, thou shalt feed my people Israel, and thou shalt be a captain over Israel. So all the elders of Israel came to the king, to Hebron. And King David made a league with them in Hebron before Yahweh. And they, please take note, and they anointed David king over Israel. David was 33 years old, or 30 years old, when he began to reign. And he reigned 40 years. And Hebron, he reigned over Yehuda 7 years and 6 months. And in Jerusalem, he reigned 33 years over all Israel and Yehuda. And the king and his men went to Jerusalem and to the Jebusites. The inhabitants of the land will speak unto David, saying, except thou take away the blind and the lame, thou shalt not come in hither, thinking David cannot come in hither. Nevertheless, David took the stronghold of Zion. The same is the city of David. And David said on that day, whosoever get up to the gutter and smite the Jebusite and the lame and the blind that are hated of David's soul, he shall be chief and captain. Wherefore they said, the blind and the lame shall not come into the house. So David dwelt in the fort and called it the city of David. And David built round about from Millo and inward. And David went on and grew great, and Yahweh Elohim of hosts was with him. We also find, if we take a look in 2 Samuel, the 7th chapter. 2 Samuel, the 7th chapter. Establishing the absolute truth of the house of David. Thus, we find in 2 Samuel, the 7th chapter, if we pick up at the very first verse, these great words. And it came to pass, when the king sat in his house, and Yahweh had given him rest round about from all his enemies, that the king said unto Nathan the prophet, see now, I dwell in an house of cedar, but the ark of Elohim dwell within curtains. And Nathan said to the king, go, do all that is in thy heart, for Yahweh is with thee. And it came to pass that night that the word of Yahweh came into Nathan, saying, go and tell my servant David, thus said Yahweh, shall thou build me an house for me to dwell in, whereas I have not dwelt in any house since the time that I brought up the children of Israel out of Egypt, even to this day, but have walked in a tent and in a tabernacle, and all the places wherein I have walked with all the children of Israel, speak I a word with any of the tribes of Israel, whom I commanded to feed my people Israel, saying, why build ye not me a house of cedar? Now therefore, so shall thou say unto my servant David, thus said Yahweh of hosts, I took thee from the sheepcote, from following the sheep, to be ruler over my people, over Israel. And I was with thee wheresoever thou wentest, and have cut off all thy enemies out of thy sight, and have made thee, please take note, a great name, like to the name of the great men that are in the earth. Moreover, I appointed a place for my people Israel, and will plant them, that they may dwell in a place of their own, and move no more. Neither shall the children of wickedness afflict them anymore, as before time. And as since the time that I commanded judges to be over my people Israel, and have caused thee to rest from all thy enemies, Also, please take note, for this is the vision that will establish the absolute truth of the house of David. For it reads, also, Yahweh tell thee that he will make thee an house, which denotes the Davidic dynasty once this house is established. The 12th verse reads, and when thy days be fulfilled, and thou shalt sleep with thy fathers, I will set up thy seed. It sounds like the same words that was spoken in the same vision that was spoken to his father, which was none other than Abraham. For it tells us, and when thy days be fulfilled, and thou shalt sleep with thy fathers, I will set up thy seed after thee, which shall proceed out of thy bowels, and I will establish his kingdom. He shall build an house for my name. So David was not able to build a house for Yahweh's name, even though David was the king. Even though Nathan told him to go do all that is in thy heart, for Yahweh is with thee. We just read that Yahweh sent Nathan back to David, telling David that you are not able to build my house, but I'm going to build you a house. And when I build your house, it tells us in the 12th verse, and when thy days be fulfilled, and thou shalt sleep with thy fathers, I will set up thy seed after thee, which shall proceed out of thy bowels, and I will establish his kingdom. He shall build an house for my name, and I will establish the throne of his kingdom. How long? Forever. I will be his father, and he shall be my son. Please take note. If he commit iniquity, I will chasten him with the rod of men, and with the stripes of the children of men. Please take note of the 15th verse, for it reads, but my mercy shall not depart away from him. And what is the example, Yahweh? It says, as I took it from Saul, whom I put away before thee. The 16th verse tells us, and thy house and thy kingdom shall be established forever before thee. Please take note of what this 16th verse is saying. For it is talking about setting up David's house. It is talking about setting up David's seed. But it also tells us, and thy house and thy kingdom shall be established forever before thee. Even though it just told us in the 12th verse that David was going to go the way of all the fathers once his days are fulfilled. But it allows them to know that his house will continue to rule in his name. Thus it will be set up, as it is read, as it reads again in the 16th verse, and thy house and thy kingdom shall be established forever before thee. Thy throne shall be established forever. These are the the vision. These are the prophetic words that is being spoken to David before he died. Thus, the 17th verse reads, not according to what we interpret these scriptures to be, nor not according to what is in our own mind. But it says in the 17th verse, according to all these words, and according to all this vision, so did Nathan speak into David. And as we continue to read, we can find out if David understood the vision, if David interpreted what was said out of the mouth of Nathan correctly. Thus we find in the 18th verse of 2 Samuel, the 7th chapter. Then went King David in and sat before Yahweh, and he said, who am I, O Master Elohim? And what is my house that thou hast brought me here to? And this was yet a small thing in thy sight, O Yahweh Elohim. But thou hast, please take note, because I took you to the beginning. It says, but thou hast spoken also of thy servant house for a great while to come. And is this the manner of man? Absolutely not. Master Elohim. And what can David say more into thee? For thy, Yahweh Elohim, knowest thy servant. For thy word's sake, according to this vision, and according to thy own heart, has thy done all these great things, to make thy servant know them. Wherefore thy art great, Yahweh Elohim, for there is none like thee, neither is there any Elohim besides thee, according to all that we have heard with our ears. And what one nation in the earth is like thy people, even like Israel, whom Elohim went to redeem for a people to himself, and to make him a name, and to do for you great things and terrible for thy land, before thy people, which thou redeemest to thee from Egypt, from the nations and their gods. For thou hast confirmed, these words are being confirmed to thyself, thy people Israel, to be a people into thee forever. And thou art become their Elohim. And now, Yahweh Elohim, the word that thou hast spoken, and the word that he is talking about denotes this vision that came out of the mouth of the prophet Nathan. It says, and now, Yahweh Elohim, the word that thou hast spoken concerning thy servant and concerning his house, establish it forever, and do as thou hast said. And what did he say he would do? That he will establish your house, that your son will sit on the throne, and not only will he sit on the throne, he will build my house. It reads, and these houses are to be established before Yahweh forever. David's house and Yahweh's house, which denoted the temple that Solomon built 480 years after Yahweh brought the children of Israel out of Egypt. Thus, the 26th verse reads, and let thy name be magnified forever, saying, Yahweh of hosts is the Elohim over Israel. And let the house of thy servant David be established before thee. Well, it speaks about Yahweh's name being magnified forever. It speaks about Yahweh of hosts is the Elohim over Israel forever. And it also lets us know that the house of the servant David be established before thee forever. For thy Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Israel, has revealed by way of prophecy to thy servant, saying, I will build thee an house. Therefore, the only reason why we are able to read these words in this chapter, it says, therefore have thy servant found in his heart to pray this prayer into thee, because of the vision that you just revealed to David about a house being established before Yahweh forever, even after David's death. The 28th verse, and now Yahweh Elohim, thy art that Elohim, and thy words be true, and thou hast promised this goodness unto thy servant. Again, Israel, what is the goodness that is promised from this prophetic vision? Was it not that Yahweh will make David a house that will endure and that will be before Yahweh forever? Absolutely. And it allows us to know that David interprets and comprehend every word. Thus, we have this great prayer of appreciation from King David while he was alive. Thus, the 29th verse reads, therefore now let it please thee to bless the house of thy servant, that it may continue forever before thee. For thy Yahweh Elohim has spoken it, and with thy blessing let the house, not your servant, but let the house of thy servant be blessed forever. We also find, if we take a quick look at Psalms 110, Psalms 110, allowing us to know that these words was forever, that Yahweh changes not. The strength of Israel do not lie. Thus we find in Psalms 110. And it reads, Yahweh said unto my master, in many of your scriptures, there is a heading over Psalms 110. In many of your scriptures, it reads a Psalm of David. When you look at older renderings, you will find it not reading a psalm of David, but a psalm to David. In your study, please look that up and find that truth to be exactly what it is. Truth. A psalm to David. Many theologians and scholars teach that David only had 72 psalms. Well, this is noted as Psalms 110. Thus, this was not considered a psalm of David, but a psalm to David. Thus it reads, and Yahweh said unto my master, sit thy at my right hand until I make thy enemies thy footstool. Yahweh shall send a rod of thy strength out of Zion. Rule thy in the midst of thy enemies. Thy people shall be willing in the day of thy power, in the beauties of holiness from the womb of the morning. Thy hast the dew of thy youth. Yahweh has sworn, and we just read it, and will not repent. Thou art a priest forever, after the order of Melchizedek. And this order denotes king priest. And we will see when the Davidic kingdom was established, that is how the kingdom was ruled. That is how the kingdom was judged. It was ruled and judged by way of a king and a priest. From the day that David's son was established all the way to the end until the seed is back established, there will be what is known as what we just read in the 4th verse, and it reads again, Yahweh has sworn and will not repent. Thou art a priest forever after the order of Melchizedek. Yahweh at thy right hand shall strike through kings in the day of his wrath. He shall judge among the heathen. He shall fill the places with the dead bodies. He shall wound the head over many countries. He shall drink of the brook in the way. Therefore shall he lift up the head, meaning lift up or establish the head of the house of this priest king or this priest kingdom. It also tells us that go hand in hand with what we just read. If we take a look at 1 Chronicles, the 17th chapter. 1 Chronicles, the 17th chapter. And we will note that every word is consistent with the first word. That which we have read and heard that was prophetically spoken by way of vision to Abraham, and what we find in the law, and what was said to King David, Yahweh's chosen king after Saul has sinned. 1 Chronicles, the 17th chapter. And it reads, We're going to read 1 Chronicles, 17th chapter. The first verse to the 27th verse, and it reads, Now it came to pass, as David sat in his house, that David said to Nathan, these are the same words. There is a couple words that's included in 1 Chronicles 17 that we might not find in 2 Samuel, the 7th chapter. Many times the scripture will allow us to know that we can find the acts and the words of the kings in the book of the Chronicles. And many times you can find in the book of Chronicles where it says that you can find the words of the Chronicles in the books of the kings. So we are giving witness to what was said in the book of the kings and what was put in the book of the Chronicles. Thus, it reads in the very first verse of 1 Chronicles, the 17th chapter. Now it came to pass, as David sat in his house, that David said to Nathan the prophet, Lo, I dwell in a house of cedar, but the ark of the covenant of Yahweh remains under curtains. Then Nathan said to David, do all that is in thy heart, for Elohim is with thee. And it came to pass the same night that the word of Elohim came into Nathan, saying, Go and tell David my servant, thus said Yahweh, Thou shalt not build me an house to dwell in, for I have not dwelt in an house since the day that I brought up Israel into this day, but have gone from tent to tent, from one tabernacle to another. Wheresoever I have walked with all Israel, speak I a word to any of the judges of Israel, whom I commanded to feed my people, saying, Why have ye not built me an house of cedar? Now therefore thus shalt thou say unto my servant David, Thus said Yahweh of hosts, I took thee from the sheepcote, even from following the sheep, that thou should be ruler over my people Israel. And I have been with thee wheresoever thou hast walked, and have cut off all thy enemies from before thee, and have made thee a name like the name of the great men that are in the earth. Also, I will ordain a place for my people Israel, and will plant them, and they shall dwell in their place, and shall be moved no more. Neither shall the children of wickedness waste them anymore, as at the beginning. And since the time that I commanded judges to be over my people Israel, moreover, I will subdue all thy enemies. Furthermore, I tell thee, please take note, that Yahweh will build thee an house. And it shall come to pass, when thy days be expired, that thou must go to be with thy fathers, that I will raise, please take note of the words, because many people think and have taught dealing with this Messiah instead of understanding it was a Mashiach, they go with the story of the Christians, that somebody was going to rise from the dead and be king over Israel. And they didn't want it to be Jesus, so they said it was David. Well, I need you to take note of the word raise. You can find it in your Hebrew concordance under 6965. You can find the word raise that denotes the verse 11 of 1 Chronicles 17. It denotes Jeremiah 30 and 9. Any place you find raise dealing with the name David, please look it up in your Hebrew concordance under 6965. And it will allow you to know it has nothing to do with raising one from the dead or from the grave. Please write that number down. Please look it up and get understanding. The number again is 6965. And you can find that in your Hebrew concordance. Thus, it continue to read in the 11th verse, and it shall come to pass when thy days be expired, that thou must go to be with thy fathers, that I will raise up thy seed after thee, which shall be of thy sons, and I will establish his kingdom. He shall build me an house. And we know David, we know we know Solomon wasn't dead, nor was he in the grave. So it don't denote, the word raised do not denote that Yahweh brought somebody out the grave. It denotes that Yahweh has exalted someone, has stood up someone. It reads, and he shall build me a house, and I will establish his throne forever. I will be his father. These are the words that was told to David. I will be his father, and he shall be my son. And I will take my mercy, and I will not. And please take note of this verse, because people have been taught that David or Solomon's sons sinned. So Yahweh made that covenant void. Yahweh uprooted the house of David. Even our own people in the days of Jeremiah was teaching that the house of David is no more. Well, if that is true, based on the long suffering and the mercy and the goodness and the truth, those great attributes that only denote Yahweh, then that will say, so are you. So would you be uprooted. So would the covenant with you be none of void. We're only talking about a house of the tribes of the 12 tribes. So if the almighty mercy is not extended to that house, nor will it be extended to your house. But we teach we are waiting on Yahweh to save us and bring us back and reestablish us. So is the house of David. Thus it reads one more time in the 11th verse, and it shall come to pass when thy days be expired, that thou must go to be with thy fathers, that I will raise up thy seed after thee, which shall be of thy sons, and I will establish his kingdom. He shall build me an house, and I will establish his throne forever. I will be his father, and he shall be my son, and I will not take my mercy away from him, as I took it from him that was before thee. And that is none other than King Saul, as we have just shown. But I will settle, please take note of the wording, him in my house and in my kingdom forever. So long as Yahweh have a house, and note, according to history, according to the history that we find in our holy scriptures, only the kings built the houses. Only the king built the temples for Yahweh. So Yahweh is saying, as long as I have a house, as long as I have a temple, David's seed, David's house will be forever. And he also lets us know his throne shall be established forevermore. So long as Yahweh have a temple, as long as Yahweh have a kingdom, it is telling us that the sons of David, the house of David, will be established forevermore. Well, today, there is no house. Today, or no temple. Today, there is no kingdom. And also, today, you cannot find the house of David. But, as promised, we kind of jumping the gun, but when we get there, we will find, when promised, as promised, when Yahweh established his temple and established his kingdom, there will be a son of the house of David, ruling, judging Yahweh people in that day. For it ends in that 14th verse. The last sentence reads again, and his throne shall be established forevermore. And where do this come from? Is this a new revelation? It tells us in the 15th verse, according to all these words, and according to all this vision, so did Nathan speak unto David. And David the king came and sat before Yahweh after he heard the prophetic vision and said, who am I, Yahweh Elohim, and what is my house that thou hast brought me here to? And yet this was a small thing in thy eyes, O Elohim, for thou hast also spoken of thy servant's house for a great while to come, and has regarded me according to the estate of a man of high degree, Yahweh Elohim. What can David speak more to thee for the honor of thy servant? For thou knowest thy servant. Yahweh, for thy servant's sake, and according, and note, for thy servant's sake, and according to thy own heart, hast thou done all this greatness, and making known all these great things. It is truly great to have David's house ruling anytime the temple is erected up and Yahweh's kingdom is on the earth. It is truly greatness. it tells us in the 20th verse, Yahweh, there is none like thee, neither is there any Elohim beside thee, according to all that we have heard with our ears. And what one nation in the earth is like thy people Israel, whom Elohim went to redeem, to be his own people, to make thee a name of greatness and terribleness, by driving out nations from before thy people, whom thou hast redeemed out of Egypt. For thy people Israel did thou make thy own people, not just the 11 tribes, but all 12, and the 2 families within those 12, which was none other than the house of Levi and the house of David. Thus it reads, forever, and thy Yahweh became their Elohim. Therefore now, Yahweh, let the thing that thou hast spoken concerning thy servant and concerning his house be established forever, and do as thou hast said. That's another word. Another way of saying do as thou has promised. Do as thou has covenanted. For the strength of Israel shall never lie. Thus the 24th verse reads, let it even be established that thy name, please take note, when the sons of David are sitting on the throne, it is magnifying the name of Yahweh because he said it. Thus the 24th verse reads, let it even be established that thy name may be magnified forever, saying Yahweh of hosts is the Elohim of Israel, even a Elohim to Israel, and let the house of David, thy servant, be established, raised up before thee. For thy, my Elohim, has told thy servant that thou will build him an house. Therefore, the reason why thy servant has found in his heart to pray before thee. And now, Yahweh, thou art Elohim, and has promised this goodness, this greatness to thy servant. Now, therefore, let it please thee to bless the house of thy servant, that it may be before thee forever. For thy blessed, and what did the Almighty say to Abram? Did he not tell Abram that he would be a blessing? And that his seed will be a blessing? Did we not read where his grandson gave the blessing to the 4th son, which was Yehuda, where all the kings were supposed to come from? Thus it reads in closing, now therefore let it please thee to bless the house of thy servant, that it may be before thee forever. For thy blessings, Yahweh, and it shall, not it might, but it shall be blessed. How long? Until the children sin? Absolutely not. Forever is longer than that. For it reads, and it shall be blessed forever. we also find, if we take a look at 1 Kings, the first chapter. And many of these things we have already taught over and over again. We have many presentations on this great lesson. But I just wanted to try to include as much as I could of all that we have taught and all that we find in our Holy Scriptures on this particular presentation. For this particular presentation is called The Absolute Truth of the House of David. So we just trying to bring forth as much evidence as possible to make it absolute. Thus we find in 1 Kings, the first chapter. And I'll just establish the main point. Please read it all in your spare time. But I just want y'all to see that Yahweh is not a man that he should lie, nor a son of man that he should repent. What Yahweh said will truly come to pass. Not one of his words will ever return into him void. And these words denote from generation to generation. These words denote forevermore. So I just want to use King David as an eyewitness for all the people that teach against King David by saying that King David is the one that's going to come back to life, that King David is the one that's going to sit on the throne, that King David will be in the presence of Yahweh in Yahweh's kingdom. I just want y'all to see what the man himself said, what the man himself witnessed, what the man himself understood, what he was saying to Yahweh in his prayer of appreciation. For it tells us in 1 Kings, the first chapter, the 46th verse, to the 48th verse, and it reads, and also Solomon sitteth on the throne of the kingdom. And moreover, the king's servants came to bless our master, King David. How did he bless him? By saying, Elohim, make the name of Solomon better than thy name. For that is what Yahweh said. That's how Yahweh blessed it, the sons and the house of David. It reads, again in the 47th verse, and moreover the king's servant came to bless our master, King David, saying, make the name of Solomon better than thy name, and make his throne greater than thy throne. And the king bowed himself upon the bed. And also thus said the king, blessed be Yahweh Elohim of Israel. He didn't say curse it. He said, blessed be Yahweh Elohim of Israel, which hath given one to sit on my throne this day, my eyes even seeing it. So before David died, he is being an eyewitness of the prophetic vision that was revealed into him by the great prophet Nathan. And if you study this book diligently, you will find that none of the faithful prophets have ever been in opposition with one another. They all spoke the same truth with understanding. So whatever we find Ezekiel, Jeremiah, Hosea saying about David, it must be consistent with the same great words of the great prophet Nathan, who Yahweh sent to David to reveal this great prophetic vision. And we call Ezekiel, we call Jeremiah, we call Hosea great prophets. Well, they are just as great as the great prophet Nathan, because they all have said the same thing. None of them, being raised up early and sent to Israel, ever contradicted one another. They were never at odds with one another. They all spoke the same truthful words. We just don't understand what they mean when we in their book reading those verses with David's name there. But today, with this presentation, I hope and pray that Yahweh open up our eyes where we can see that those great prophets were only quoting what Nathan had prophetically revealed into David. For it only represents the truth. Thus, let us take a look, while we still in 1 Kings, let's take a look at 1 Kings, the 2nd chapter. And let's read the first 4 verses of that chapter. 1 Kings, the 2nd chapter. And what do we find here? It tells us, now the days of David draw night. And mind you, we see that it allows us to know over and over again that David's days are coming to expire. His days are about to expire. There is no words being spoken about him coming back to life. There is no notion in David's own testimonies about him coming back to life. In his prayer of appreciation, there is no words about him coming back to life. All these words denote the blessing that Yahweh will put upon David's seed, even after his days are expired. Thus it reads in the very first verse, now the days of David draw nigh, that he should die. And he charged Solomon his son, saying, I go the way of all the earth. Be thou strong, therefore, and show thyself a man, and keep the charge of Yahweh thy Elohim. Don't be like Saul. Keep the charge of Yahweh thy Elohim, to walk in his ways, to keep his statutes, in his commandments, in his judgments, in his testimonies, as it is written in the law of Moses, that thou mayest prosper in all that thou doest, and wheresoever thou turn thyself. The last verse I will read is the 4th verse, and it reads, that Yahweh may continue his word which he speaks concerning me. Did you hear that? Them words, this house concerns David, but it's the house that will rule. It's the house that will be before Yahweh. It's the house that will build the temple. But the words concerns David. Again, the 4th verse reads, that Yahweh may continue his word which he speak concerning me, saying, if thy children take heed to their way, to walk before me in truth, with all their heart and with all their soul, there shall not fail thee, said he, a man on the throne of Israel. We also find, while we in 1 Kings, let's go to 1 Kings 11. 1 Kings 11. And this allows us to know that the Almighty is not a man that he should lie, nor a son of man that he should repent. For when the children sinned, he punished them by the rod of men and by the stripes of the sons of men, but he did not do them like he did Saul, nor did he take away his mercy. For Yahweh is of long suffering, and he is truly merciful to his children. Thus it tells us in 1 Kings, the 11th chapter. We all turn there, please. And let's pick up at the 9th verse. And it reads, and Yahweh was angry with Solomon because his heart was turned from Yahweh Elohim of Israel, which had appeared unto him twice, and had commanded, and we're going to show that, and had commanded him concerning this thing, that he should not go after other gods, but he kept not that which Yahweh commanded. Wherefore Yahweh said unto Solomon, for as much as this is done of thee, and thou hast not kept my covenant and my statutes, which I have commanded thee, please take note, I will rend the kingdom from thee, and will give it to thy servant, not to your father, but to thy servant, not to your dad, but to your brethren. The 12th verse reads, notwithstanding, please take note of these absolute words of truth. Notwithstanding, in thy days I will not do it. Why not? For David thy father's sake. But I will rend it out of the hand of thy son. Howbeit, I will not rend away all the kingdom, but I will give one tribe to thy son for David my servant's sake. And for Jerusalem's sake. Because Jerusalem, Mount Zion, was the city that David had. So he will not do it for David's sake, nor the city that had and carried David's name. It reads, again, and that, let me read the latter sentence of that 13th verse, and for Jerusalem's sake, which I have chosen. And Yahweh stirred up an adversary into Solomon. Hadad the Edomite, he was of the king's seed in Edom. For it came to pass when David was in Edom, and Joab, the captain of the host, was gone up to bury the slain, after he had smitten every male in Edom. For 6 months did Joab remain there with all Israel, until he had cut off every male of Edom. That Hadad fled, he and certain Edomites of his father's servants with him, to go into Egypt. Hadad being yet a little child, and they rose out of Midian and came to Paran, and they took men with them out of Paran, and they came to Egypt, and to Pharaoh, king of Egypt, which gave him an house, and anointed him victuals, and gave him land. One second, I don't know if I want to read that whole story right now. I wanted to go to the 13th verse, so let's keep reading to the 13th verse. We read at the 13th verse. Let's pick up in this same chapter. Please read it all in your spare time. Let's pick up at the 32nd verse of this same chapter. And what we find, I'll start at the 31st verse and read to the 39th verse. And it reads, and he said to Jehoram, take thee 10 pieces, for thus said Yahweh, the Elohim of Israel, behold, I will rend the kingdom out of the hand of Solomon, and will give 10 tribes to thee. But he shall have 1 tribe for my servant David's sake, and for Jerusalem's sake, the city which I have chosen out of all the tribes of Israel, because that they have forsaken me, and have worshipped Ashtoreth, the goddess of the Zodians, Shemos, the god of the Moabites, and Malcolm, the god of the children of Ammon, and have not walked in my ways, to do that which is right in my eyes, and to keep my statutes and my judgments, as did David his father. Howbeit, please take note, howbeit, I will not take the whole kingdom out of his hand, but I will make him prince. Please take note, because we're going to show many times it's going to say David the prince. Well, David was never the prince. David was always the king. So when you read that term written in your books in the days of the prophets, it do not denote David coming back as a prince. It denotes these words of promise to David's house. Thus it reads. Again in the 34th verse, howbeit I will not take the whole kingdom out of his hand, but I will make him prince all the days of his life. Why prince? It reads, for David my servant's sake, whom I choose because he kept my commandments and my statutes. But I will take the kingdom out of his son's hand, and will give it into thee, talking to Jehoram, even 10 tribes, and into his son, talking to Jehoram, I will give 1 tribe. He letting him know that you can rule 10, but I ain't taking these 2 from David's sons, because of what I promised David, for David's sake. for the sake of Jerusalem, that Yahweh have chosen to place his name, David will always have a seed ruling. Thus it reads. And unto his son I will give one tribe, that David my servant may have a light, a lamp. And please take note, because we're going to show forth this lamp. We're going to show forth this light. Because many people don't know that the son of David did rule after the Israelites came out of Babylon. It says, again in the 36th verse, and unto his sons will I give one tribe, that David my servant may have a light always before me in Jerusalem, the city which I have chosen, me to put my name there. And I will take thee, and thou shalt reign according to all that thy soul desires. Still talking to Jehoram. And shall be king over Israel, over the 10 tribes. And it shall be, please take note, because when we read and understand this 38th verse, these are the same words that was said to David. So if we got the interpretation of these words, having us to think that David was to come back to life, so was Jehoram. So please understand this 38th verse. It do not denote David coming back to life, nor do it denote Jehoram coming back to life, sitting on the throne, ruling over Israel. For it reads in the 38th verse, and it shall be, if thou wilt hearken unto all that I command thee, talking to Jehoram, and will walk in my ways, and do that is right in my sight, to keep my statutes and my commandments, as David my servant did, that I will be with thee. The same words he said about David in his house. It says, I will be with thee and build thee a sure house. So this house don't denote just David. It denotes the extension of David. This house don't just denote Abram. It denotes the extension of Abram. And the Almighty just promised the same thing to Jehoram, that if he walked as David walked, he promised him, I will be with thee and build thee a sure house, as I build for David, and will give Israel into thee. And I will for this afflict, please take note, Yahweh is not lying. He knows that if they sin, what he said he was going to do to them, he didn't say he was going to kill them, uproot them, that they family, the house of David would be no more. He said, I will punish them by the rod of man, by the stripes of the sons of man, and with my mercy will I reestablish them. Not reestablish David, but reestablish them. For it reads, and I will for this afflict the seed of David forever? Absolutely not, sons and daughters. It says, but not forever. Thus, based on that truth, let us turn our scriptures to Psalms 89. Psalms 89. And we find this truth continuing throughout the scriptures of truth. Psalms 89. And it reads, if we take a look at the first 4 verses, it tells us a song I will sing of the mercies. And forgive me for making these few mistakes. I'm trying to keep my eye on the WhatsApp and at the same time trying to keep my eyes on these words. But I'm going to have to deal with the WhatsApp when we can deal with it. I need to get these words out, all of them, as they are written. Thus, it tells us in Psalms 89, we pick up at the first verse. I will sing of the mercies, and that's what reestablishes David's house. That's what reestablishes us as the children of Israel, to where we can return back to our father's landmark. It says, I will sing of the mercies of Yahweh, because we all have sinned. It wasn't just David's house. We all have sinned. So we need Yahweh's mercy to get us back established. If we teach that David's house is done away with based on them sinning, so are we. And I know y'all don't believe that, because you find yourself on your knees every day begging for Yahweh's mercy, hoping that he remember the covenant of Abraham and bring us out of this hellhole, back to our land, back to our father's landmark. Thus it reads, I will sing of the mercies of Yahweh forever. With my mouth will I make known thy faithfulness, because Yahweh is not a liar. So all that he said will truly come to pass. To all generations. For I have said mercy shall be built up forever. And that's what's going to build us up. That's what's going to reestablish us. And the house of David and the house of Levi. It says, thy faithfulness shall thou establish in the very heavens. I have made a covenant. And we love to say Yahweh don't break his covenant. And he don't. And he haven't. Thus it reads, I have made a covenant with my chosen. I have sworn unto David my servant. What did you swear, Yahweh? What is your name upon? It reads, thy seed will I establish forever, and build up thy throne to all generations. Well, how is the throne going to be built without the sons? David was told, David even told his son that he go the way of all his fathers, that his days is expired. So how is the throne built up if David is dead? Only by your seed. The Almighty told Abram about the seed, about a house. Well, how is my house about the inheritance of this blessing? Well, how do I receive this inheritance, and how do I give it to the one that I'm supposed to leave it with? Because I'm going to die. You said I'm going to die. So how do I leave this to my house when I have no children? The only person that is a hire in my house is this Eleazar of Damascus, and he ain't one of my sons. The Almighty readily told Abram, no, he shall not be your hire. He shall not be the recipient of your inheritance, but one that shall come from thy bowels. And once he told him that I was going to multiply the one coming from your bowels as the stars of heaven. Thus we find in the fourth verse of Psalms 89, thy seed will I establish forever and build up thy throne to all generations. Selah. Let's pick up at the 19th verse. For it reads, then thou speakest in vision. And we are using this great presentation by the prophetic visions that was revealed to Abraham and that was revealed to David. It says, for Yahweh, it says, then thou speakest in vision to thy Holy One, and said, I have laid help upon one that is mighty. I have exalted one chosen out of the people. I have found David, my servant. With my holy oil, I told you, all the kings of Israel are Mashiachs. I don't know where, I do know, but I don't know where they get the term Messiah. For we were never called Messiahs. We are called Mashiachs. All the kings of Israel, all the priests of Israel was anointed. It reads, I have found David my servant. With my holy oil have I anointed him, with whom my hand shall be established. My arm also shall strengthen him. The enemy shall not exact upon him, nor the sons of wickedness afflict him. And I will beat down his foes before his face, and plague them that hate him. But my faithfulness, my promise, my covenant, my word, it reads, but my faithfulness and my mercy shall be with him. And in my name shall his horn. What do the word horn mean? Does it not denote power? Does it not denote kingdom? Does it not denote dynasty? It says, but my faithfulness and my mercy shall be with him, and in my name shall his horn be exalted. I will set his hand also in the sea, and his right hand in the rivers. He shall cry unto me, Thy art my Father, my Elohim, and the rock of my salvation. Also, I will make him my firstborn, higher than the kings of the earth. My mercy will I keep for him. How long? Forevermore. And my covenant shall stand fast with him. And based on these words, his house can never be uprooted. His house can never be void. Thus it continued to read. His seed also will I make to endure forever. Not until they mess up, but forever. And forever is longer than until they mess up. And his throne as the days of heaven. If his children forsake my law and walk not in my judgments, if they break my statutes and keep not my commandments, I will get rid of them forever. I will destroy the house of David. That is not what's read, but that is what people are teaching because of the concept of Christianity, trying to establish one born from the dead being ruler over Israel, being ruler over Yahweh's people. Well, we're going to squash the rumor and the lie by revealing the absolute truth of the house of David. Thus it reads, as it is written, then will I visit their transgression with the rod and their iniquity with stripes. The exact same words that you found in 2 Samuel, the 7th chapter, the 14th verse. Verbatim. There's no change here because Yahweh said he won't alter anything that he promised David. So it can't be a change here. It's the exact same word. The 33rd verse reads, nevertheless, even though I just witnessed to all y'all that Yahweh said he was going to punish David's seed, punish David's house, it reads, nevertheless, my loving kindness will I not utterly take from him, as I took it from Saul, nor suffer my faithfulness to fail. Yahweh is righteous. We got to understand these words. We got to see in our interpretation of David's name found in the book of the prophets must be concerning these words. Other than that, we are witnessing against Yahweh's faithfulness. Thus, it tells us in the 34th verse, if you don't understand what this faithfulness and this mercy denotes, it reads, my covenant will I not break, nor alter. If you put David after the sons of David, that is an alteration. And it is a breaking of a covenant by your Creator. And I haven't found no covenants that Yahweh had broken. I have not found out of these 39 books one verse, one sentence where Yahweh have lied. Thus it tells us, my covenant will I not break, nor alter the thing that is gone out of my lips. Once I have sworn by my holiness that I will not lie unto David, way back in 2 Samuel, the 7th chapter. And what is it, Yahweh, that you have sworn by thy holiness, and that you will not lie unto David? The 36th verse reads, his seed shall endure forever. And his seed denotes the house. And his throne as the sun before me. It shall be established forever as the moon and as a faithful witness in heaven. And I have asked, can I get a witness? Can I get a witness today that Yahweh, the strength of Israel, shall not lie, that he have not altered one word that he have promised David? Thus we all witness that when Yahweh temple is set back up, when Yahweh kingdom is set back up, that Yahweh will reestablish the house of David. Other than that, you're not a faithful witness. It also tells us, Israel, if we take a look in 1 Kings, the 5th chapter. 1 Kings, the 5th chapter. Continuing to witness for our Creator. By way of interpreting these scriptures to allow our brothers and sisters to see that Yahweh have not altered anything. Yahweh have not changed his mind. And all these things that was promised to David in his house denote the house of David. And there was a key to this house. There is a room in this house. And like I love to say, when I speak about David and his children, it denotes what many of y'all used to hear, the upper room. Let us turn to 1 Kings, the 5th chapter. This is the true upper room. It denotes the promise made to David and his children forever. And there is a key to get in this house. Can't anybody get in this house? Many people have died trying to take on the name and the fame of David and his children because they didn't have the key to get in the room. And that room denotes your father's stead. Let us turn to 1 Kings, the 5th chapter. And let's read the first 5 verses. And what do we find here? It reads, and please take note of the reading. And Hiram, king of Tyre, sent his servants into Solomon, for he had heard that they had anointed. That's the only way you're going to be king of Israel. If you're a king that's going to be a shepherd and save his people, you better be anointed. And you better be coming from the house of David. It says, for he had heard that they had anointed him king in the what? In the upper room, it says, in the room of his father. For Hiram was ever a lover of David. He wasn't one of David's haters. He was a lover of David. It reads, and Solomon sent to Hiram, saying, thou knowest how that David my father could not build an house into the name of Yahweh his Elohim. Why? For the wars which were about him on every side, until Yahweh put them under the sole of his feet. But now Yahweh my Elohim have given me rest on every side. For that's what Solomon named to note, peace. So that there is neither adversity nor evil occurring. And behold, I propose to build an house into the name of Yahweh my Elohim, as Yahweh speak unto David my father, saying, please take note, and this is the last verse I'm going to read here. It says, thy son, whom I will set upon thy throne, look, y'all, in thy room. This room denotes instead of you. Instead of you, I'm going to set your sons. Your seed. Your seed don't denote one son. It denotes the seed that Yahweh said he will bless and be with forevermore. This great house that your brother loved to call the Davidic dynasty. For it denoted Yahweh's kingdom. Thus the 5th verse reads in its entirety. And please underline that room. It says, and behold, I propose to build an house into the name of Yahweh my Elohim, as Yahweh speak unto David my father, saying, thy son, whom I will set upon thy throne, in thy room, he shall build an house into my name. And those great words, those words of divinity, those are some spiritual words that should put chills on you. But I know it haven't, because you truly don't fear Yahweh. You want to be right in your own eyes. So let's go to 2 Chronicles. Let's go to 2 Chronicles, the 6th chapter. And let's find some more truth about this room. 2 Chronicles, the 6th chapter. And let's pick up at the very first verse. And we will read to the 11th verse. And it reads, Then said Solomon, Yahweh has said that he would dwell in the thick darkness. But I have built an house of habitation for thee, and a place for thy dwelling forever. Just like Israel dwelling is the land that Yahweh promised Abraham forever, so is Yahweh dwelling in the land, in the city that he have chosen, that you will find the temple that Solomon built, or the next seed of the house of David has built. The Almighty promised that his name will be there forevermore. So will the house of David. It reads in the 3rd verse, and the king turned his face and blessed the whole congregation of Israel. And all the congregation of Israel stood. And note, these words and these things are being done before all the people. This ain't done hidden. This ain't done in the dark. This ain't done by one being right in their own eyes. This is done by fearing Yahweh and departing from evil. It reads, and he said, blessed be Yahweh Elohim of Israel, who have with his hand. This is Yahweh doing. It says, who have with his hands fulfilled that which he speak with his mouth to my father David. And what is that? Saying, since the day that I brought forth my people out of the land of Egypt, I choose no city among all the tribes of Israel to build a house in, that my name might be there, neither chose I any man to be ruler over my people Israel. But I have chosen Jerusalem, that my name might be there, and have chosen David to be over my people Israel. Now it was in the heart of David, my father, to build a house for the name of Yahweh Elohim of Israel. But Yahweh said to David, my father, for as much as it was in thy heart to build an house for my name, and please take note of this concept because we're going to show it. And when we show this concept, it should be the end of the matter. It says, to build an house for my name. Thy did well in that it was in thy heart. Notwithstanding, thou shalt not build the house, but thy son, which shall come forth out of thy lions, he shall build the house for my name. Yahweh therefore hath performed his word that he has spoken, for I am risen. There go another word, and please look it up. It has nothing to do with being raised out of the grave, nor out from death. Hold on 1 second, this phone going low. 1 second. It tells us I think I left off at the 10th verse. It says, Yahweh therefore hath performed his word that he has spoken, for I am risen up in the room of David, my father, and am set on the throne of Israel. By your own will, it says, as Yahweh promised, and have built the house for the name of Yahweh Elohim of Israel. And in it have I put the ark, wherein is the covenant of Yahweh, that he made with the children of Israel. It also tells us that there is a key. Let us turn our scriptures to Isaiah, the 22nd chapter. And the reason why there is a room and there is a key, because these words only denote what was promised to David in his house. And just like you got a house, I guarantee everybody don't have your key. Everybody can't come in your room. Well, let's take a look in the book of Isaiah, the 22nd chapter. And these scriptures here foresees David. David is long dead at these times. Well, in Isaiah, another faithful prophet, if we take a look at the 22nd chapter, and let's pick up at the 20th verse. And it reads to the 25th verse. And it shall come to pass, and please take note of these people's names, because it allows you to know that this is later on in retrospect. After David, after Solomon, it says, and it shall come to pass, in that day that I will call my servant Eliakim, the son of Hilkiah, and I will clothe him with thy robe, the holy garments, and strengthen him with thy girdle, and I will commit thy government into his hand, and he shall be a father to the inhabitants of Jerusalem and to the house of Yehudah. And note the 22nd verse. And the key of the house of David will I lay upon his shoulder. I don't know how many of y'all done seen this already, because if you have, I don't see how you can come up with a conclusion that David is going to come back to his own house and get the key and open up the house. It says, and the key of the house of David will I lay upon his shoulder, so he shall open. And it is talking about Eliakim. And the key of the house of David will I lay upon his shoulder, so he shall open, and none shall shut. And he shall shut, and no, none shall open. If you're not of the seed of David, you're not in the room of David, nor will you find yourself on the throne of David, nor will you find yourself in the city of David where Yahweh names dwell. The 22nd verse again, and the key of the house of David will I lay upon his shoulder, so he shall open, and none shall shut, and he shall shut, and none shall open. And I will fasten him as a nail in a sure place, and he shall be for a glorious throne to his father's house. And they shall hang upon him all the glory of his father's house. That's why you see the name David in the books of the prophet. The offspring and the issue, all vessels of small quantity, from the vessels of cups even to all the vessels of flagons. And that day, said Yahweh of hosts, shall the nail that is fastened in the sure place be removed and be cut down and fall, and the burden that was upon it shall be cut off, for Yahweh has spoken it. Thus, we find, if we turn our scriptures to Psalms 132. Psalms 132, and we're doing good time. We almost coming to a close. And then we can open up for all your questions and comments. It tells us in Psalms 132, if we all turn there, please. For the whole book denotes the truth. Thus, in Psalms 32, if we turn there, please, and if we pick up, I'll read the whole psalm. If we start at the very first verse of Psalms 32, 132, and it reads, Yahweh, remember David and all his afflictions, how he swore unto Yahweh and vowed unto the mighty Elohim of Yaakov. Surely I will not come into the tabernacle of my house, nor go up into my bed. I will not give sleep to my eyes, nor slumber to my eyelids, until I find out a place for Yahweh, an habitation for the mighty Elohim of Yaakov. Lo, we have heard of it at Euphrates. We found it in the field of the woods. We will go into his tabernacles. We will worship at his footstool. Arise, Yahweh, into thy rest, thy in the ark of thy strength. Well, that was put in the temple that Solomon built. It reads, let thy priests be clothed with righteousness. And note, the priest is always with the king. That denotes the order of Melchizedek, priest king. It reads, let thy priests be clothed with righteousness, and let thy saints shout for joy. For thy servant David's sake, turn not away the face of thy anointed. Yahweh has sworn in truth, and we have showed that over and over again today. And to David, he will not turn from it. He will not alter it. He will not lie about it. It says, of the fruit of thy body. That's the only way you're going to make a house. That's the only way your house will be established forevermore into all generations. Of the fruit of thy body will I set upon thy throne. Again, if thy children will keep my covenant and my testimony that I shall teach them, their children shall also sit upon thy throne. How long? Forevermore. For Yahweh hath chosen Zion. He hath desired it for his inhabitation. This is my rest forever. And I just stated earlier, reading out of 1 Chronicles 17 and out of 2 Samuel 7, that the Almighty promised that his name will be magnified, and that the seed or the house of David will always be established, long as Yahweh have a temple erected up, and long as Yahweh's kingdom is upon earth. So every time a temple is set up in Jerusalem, it is done by Yahweh reestablishing the house of David. And it will always be one of David's children building the temple. And that temple is built in the kingdom of Yahweh. And in that kingdom, there is a city that Yahweh has chosen. And that city is called Mount Zion. That city is called the city of David. That city is known worldwide by the name of Jerusalem. This is my rest forever. Here will I dwell, for I alone have desired it. I will abundantly bless their provision. I will satisfy her poor with bread. I will also clothe her priestess with salvation, and her saints shall shout aloud for joy. There will I make the horn, the government, the Davidic dynasty, Yahweh kingdom. It says, there will I make the horn of David to bud. I have ordained a lamp. What? Did y'all forget what we read already in 1 Kings, the 11th chapter, when Solomon messed up? 1 Kings, the 11th chapter, 9 to 13, and then we continued on with the 32nd verse. When Solomon messed up, what Yahweh said he would do for David's sake, and that was to leave him a lamp, a light. Thus we read again in the 17th verse, there will I make the horn of David to bud. David is dead. I have ordained a lamp for my anointed. His enemies will I clothe with shame. But upon himself, upon his house, shall his crown flourish. So just let us know, in this great room, with using this great key, you will find the righteous seed of David with a crown upon their head, flourishing in the name of David. It also tells us, if we take another quick look at 2 Samuel, let's go back to 2 Samuel, and let's take a look at the 14th chapter. And let's take a look at the 17th verse. And let's see what type of honor that was on David in his house. For we find in 2 Samuel, the 14th chapter, the 17th verse. And can't any man just sit in David's stead? Can't any man just go in David's room? Can't just any man have the key upon his shoulder? It tells us in 2 Samuel, the 14th chapter, if we just take a look at the 17th verse. Please read the whole chapter in your spare time. It's a great story of our Father. But I'm going straight to the point. And the point that I am making, that I don't think many of you know nothing about, it says in the 17th verse, then thy handmaid said, the word of my master, the king, shall now be comfortable, for as an angel of Elohim, so is my master, the king. This honor is so great. It is really beyond human comprehension. That's why these things is not done through the desire of man. These things are done by way of divinity. These things are done by way of the creator of the heaven and earth. These are great blessings that is put upon man. First it was put on Abram, and later on in retrospect, it is put on his chosen seed. And we see that David is considered as an angel. So is his house. So let me read that 17th verse one more time. Then thy handmaid said, the word of my master, the king, shall now be comfortable. For as an angel of Elohim, so is my master the king, to discern good and bad. Therefore Yahweh thy Elohim will be with thee. Let's go to another place that speaks the same truth. Let's take a look while we find ourselves in 2 Samuel. Let's take a look at the 19th chapter. 2 Samuel, the 19th chapter. And let's show that that wasn't an error in their rendering. For it tells us in 2 Samuel, the 19th chapter, if we take a look at the 27th verse, and it reads, and he have slandered my servant and to my king, my master the king. But my master the king is as an angel. As he ain't an angel, but he is as an angel to Elohim. Do therefore what is good in thy eyes. So David and his house symbolizes an angel when they are right, when they are using wisdom, knowledge, and understanding to judge such a great people as this. They are in symbolization of an angel. Thus, let us turn our scriptures to 1 Kings, the 3rd chapter. 1 Kings, the 3rd chapter. And we will find Solomon being anointed with those great things that will denote you as an angel of Yahweh's people. For it tells us in 1 Kings, the 3rd chapter, if we pick up at the 3rd verse, and it reads, and Solomon loved Yahweh, walking in the statutes of David his father. Only he sacrificed and burnt incense in high places. That's an error. And the king went to Gibeon to sacrifice there, for that was the great high place. 1,000 burnt offerings did Solomon offer upon that altar. And Gibeon, Yahweh appeared to Solomon in a dream by night. And Elohim said, ask what I shall give thee. And Solomon said, thou hast shown unto thy servant David, my father, great mercy, according as he hath walked before thee in truth, and in righteousness, and in uprightness of heart with thee. And thou hast kept for him this great kindness, that thou hast given him, note the kindness, that thou hast given him a son to sit on his throne, as it is this day. Now, Yahweh my Elohim, thou hast made thy servant king in his room, or it reads, king instead of David, my father. And I am but a little child. I know not how to go out or come in. And thy servant is in the midst of thy people, which thou hast chosen, a great people that cannot be numbered nor counted for multitude. And that wasn't promised to David. That was promised to Abraham. It tells us in the 9th verse, give therefore thy servant an understanding heart to judge thy people, that I may discern between good and bad. And that's what we just read about David being symbolized as an angel, because he understood and he executed the good between the bad. He had wisdom and understanding enough to make a distinction and to understand how great Yahweh people was. Thus we read that David was a shepherd of his father's flock. Well, Yahweh chose David to be a shepherd of his flock. And Yahweh's flock is of men. So we find here his son praying to Yahweh once Yahweh appeared into him in a dream. The second time, praying to Yahweh to give him what it takes to have that same spirit his father had, which denoted as an angel. And it reads, again in the 9th verse, give therefore thy servant an understanding heart to judge thy people, that I may discern between good and bad. For who is able to judge this thy so great a people? And the speech pleased to Yahweh, that Solomon asked this thing. And Elohim said unto him, because thou hast asked this thing, and hast not asked for thyself long life, neither hast asked riches for thyself, nor hast asked the life of thy enemies, but hast asked for thyself understanding to discern judgment. Behold, I have done according to thy words. Lo, I have given thee a wise and understanding heart, so that there was none like thee before thee, neither after thee shall any arise like unto thee. And I have also given thee that which thou hast not asked, both riches and honor, so that there shall not be any among the kings like unto thee all thy days. And if thou will walk in my ways, to keep my statutes and my commandments, as thy father David did walk, then I will lengthen thy days. Not have you live forever. I didn't promise your father that he was going to live forever. Nor did I promise him that he was coming back. I just didn't promise you that you was going to come back. But I have promised, and it is written, that I will lengthen your days. It reads, I lost my space, 1 minute. In the 15th verse, and Solomon awoke, and behold, it was a dream. And he came to Jerusalem, and stood before the ark of the covenant of Yahweh, and offered up burnt offerings, and offered peace offerings, and made a feast to all his servants. It also tells us, if we take a look at the 9th chapter, the 9th chapter of 1 Kings, because we are trying to use all of this great information to establish the absolute truth of the house of David. So after we read all those great words dealing with David and dealing with Solomon, we even went up further in the book of Isaiah, establishing the son of Hilkiah, which was another king, and it allows us to know if they did right or wrong. And if they did right, they found themselves in the upper room of David, and they found themselves with the only key that allows you to be in David's stead. Thus it tells us in the 9th chapter of 1 Kings, if we read the first 9 verses. And it reads, "And it came to pass when Solomon had finished the building of the house of Yahweh, and the king's house, and all Solomon desired which he was pleased to do, that Yahweh appeared to Solomon the second time." What we read in the 1st Kings, the 3rd chapter, was the first time, where here is the second time that Yahweh appeared to Solomon. And it reads, "As he had appeared unto him at Gibeon, which was by way of dream. And Yahweh said unto him, I have heard thy prayer and thy supplication that thou hast made before me. I have hallowed this house which thou hast built, to put my name there forever. And my eyes and my heart shall be there perpetually." And don't forget, long as the house stands, so do the house of David. Long as the temple is erected, so is the house of David. Long as Yahweh's kingdom is ruling in the earth, so is the house of David. Thus, and I meant to say perpetually, thus the 4th verse reads, "And if thou wilt walk before me as David thy father walked, in integrity of heart, fearing Yahweh and departing from evil." It says, in integrity of heart and in uprightness, to do according to all, not some, not the best you can. I'm not asking for a benefit of a doubt. I command you to do all that I have commanded thee, and will keep my statutes and my judgments. Then I will establish the throne of thy kingdom upon Israel forever, as I promised to David thy father, saying, there shall not fail thee a man upon the throne of Israel. But if ye, they say, well, this promise was contingent. It denoted if. Well, let's understand the if. Let's understand the mercy. Let's understand the long suffering. Let's understand Yahweh being the strength of Israel, that he will not lie. It tells us, Israel, and that if their sons, if your house did break my covenant, didn't keep my statutes, nor the judgments, that I will punish them by the rod of man and by the stripes of the sons of men. Thus we find here, it says in the 6th verse, but if ye shall at all turn from following me, ye are your children, and will not keep my commandments and my statutes, which I have set before you, but go and serve other gods and worship them, then will I cut off Israel out of the land. Note what it says. It do not say I will cut off the house of David, even though it includes the house of David. It says, then will I cut off Israel out of the land which I have given them, and this house, talking about the temple, which I have hallowed, for my name will I cast out of my sight, and Israel, talking about the whole people, shall be a proverb and a byword among all people. And at this house, which is high, everyone that passed by it, talking about the temple, shall be astonished and shall hiss, and they shall say, why have Yahweh done thus into this land and to this house. Before I read the 9th verse, wisdom is the principal thing. Therefore, get wisdom. But in all thy getting, get understanding. And I need y'all to see, according to the 7th and 8th verse, with understanding, that when the children of Israel, when the house of David forsake the covenant, the punishment is that the Almighty will destroy that house, and that he will destroy his people by way of afflicting them by the rod of man and by the stripes of the sons of man. Well, just like people have taught that Yahweh said that once David's children mess up, it's over with for them. Well, if that is true, if that's the true interpretation that you have gotten from the scriptures of truth, that is the same goes with you. No matter what tribe you call yourself from. Those words would also, that misinterpretation will also apply to you. Because right here, the Almighty put the house of David collectively with all the tribes of Israel. It's letting us know what he was going to do with all the people, not just David's seed. So if we walk around here today calling ourselves having hope, calling ourselves hoping that Yahweh remember the covenant that he made with Abraham to save us, that we teach and preach that he that scattered Israel will gather Israel. Well, we better remind ourselves that he's going to gather also the house of David. If you teaching that he's not going to gather the house of David, then you are also teaching he is not going to gather us who are not of the house of David. Please get your understanding when you're dealing with Yahweh mercy. It tells us in the 9th verse in closing, and they shall answer because they forsook Yahweh their Elohim, who brought forth their fathers out of the land of Egypt, and have taken hold upon other gods, and have worshipped them and served them. Therefore, the reason why have Yahweh brought upon them all this evil. And the Almighty already let us know that if their children would not keep my statutes, would not keep my judgments, and break my covenant, I will punish them by the rod of man and by the stripes of the sons of men, but not forever, not totally destroy them. When I show forth my loving kindness and I show forth my mercy to them and bring them back and return their captivity, I will set them back up. You're going to go back to your father's landmark, and the seed of David is going back to this room, and he's going to have the key, and he will be reestablished as the temple is being built and as the kingdom of Yahweh is being established on this earth. And we're going to show that. That was done with the children of Israel coming out of Babylon. But many of us didn't have eyes to see, nor did we have ears at the time that I was trying to show you that to hear. Let us take a look at 1 Chronicles 28. 1 Chronicles 28. And as I stated earlier, many times the Chronicles denote what was done by the kings. So let's go to 1 Chronicles 28. And let's continue to establish this absolute truth. that no man is going to be able to knock down. Ain't no man going to be able to justify anything other than what we have read, because it is written. Who knows better than the people we are reading about and those that reported the story? Who knows better? Them or a bunch of Johnny-come-latelys that don't even know who they really are? I think we need to grab firm to these words. Thus, it tells us in 1 Chronicles, the 28th chapter, if we read the first 12 verses. And it reads, "And David assembled all the princes of Israel, the princes of the tribes, and the captains of the companies that ministered to the king by course, and the captains over the thousands, and captains over hundreds, and the stewards over all the substance and possession of the king, and of his sons, with the officers, and with the mighty men, and with all the villain men, into Jerusalem. Then David the king stood up upon his feet and said, Hear me, my brethren, and my people. As for me, I had in my heart to build an house of rest for the ark of the covenant of Yahweh, and for the footstool of our Elohim, and had made ready for the building. But Yahweh said unto me, Thou shalt not build an house for my name, because thou hast been a man of war, and have shed blood. Howbeit, Yahweh Elohim of Israel choose me before all the house of my father, to be king over Israel forever. For he hath chosen Yehudah to be the ruler, and we showed that from the beginning. And of the house of Yehudah, the house of my father, which is Jesse. And among the sons of my father, he likened me to make me king over all Israel. I said, Jesse, this is David. It's because he chose this son, which is Solomon. It says, the house of my father, and among the sons of my father, he likened me. Because David had other sons. Even one of them tried to be king, and he wound up being killed because he did not have the key to enter the room. It says, and you can find that truth if you read, as I advised, 1 Kings, the 1st chapter. It tells us in the 5th verse, and of all my sons, for Yahweh hath given me many sons. He hath chosen Solomon my son, so that is David. I said that wrong. That is David. And David had other sons, so he gave Solomon is the son that actually was chosen by Yahweh. And he had another son that you will find in 1 Kings that tried to get on the throne, and Solomon had him killed because it was not his to have. He were not to sit in David's stead. Thus, he did not have the key to enter that great room. It says in the 5th verse, and of all my sons, for Yahweh hath given me many sons, he hath chosen Solomon my son to sit upon the throne of the kingdom of Yahweh over Israel. And he said unto me, Solomon thy son, he shall build my house, and my courts, for I have chosen him to be my son, and I will be Solomon's father. Moreover, I will establish his kingdom, how long? Forever, if he be consistent to do my commandments and my judgments as at this day. Now therefore, in the sight of all Israel, the congregation of Yahweh, and in the audience of our Elohim, keep and seek for all the commandments of Yahweh your Elohim, that ye may possess this good land and leave it for what? And leave it for an inheritance for your children after you. How long? Forever. And thy, Solomon, my son, know that the Elohim of thy father, and serve him with a perfect heart, with a willing mind, for Yahweh search all hearts and understand all your imaginations. It says, and understand all the imaginations of the thoughts. If thou seek him, he will be found of thee. But if thou forsake him, and if you're not being a faithful witness, you're forsaking him. It says, but if thou forsake him, he will cast thee off forever. Take heed now, for Yahweh hath chosen thee to build an house for the sanctuary. Be strong and do it. Then David gave to Solomon, his son, the pattern of the porch, and of the house thereof, and of the treasuries thereof, and of the upper chambers thereof, and of the inner parlors thereof, and of the place of the mercy seat, and the patterns of all that he had by the Spirit of the courts of the house of Yahweh, and of all the chambers round about of the treasuries of the house of Elohim, and of the treasuries of the dedicated things. Also for the courses of the priests and the Levites, and for all the work of the service of the house of Yahweh, and for all the vessels of service in the house of Yahweh. He gave of gold. These are all the things that King David gave into Solomon. It says, he gave of gold by weight, for things of gold, for all instruments of all manner of service, silver also for all the instruments of silver by weight, for all the instruments of every kind of service, even the weight for the candlesticks of gold, and for their lamps of gold, by weight for every candlestick, and for the lamp thereof, and for the candlesticks of silver by weight, both for the candlestick, and also for the lamp thereof, according to the use of every candlestick. And by weight he gave gold for the tables of shewbread, and for every table, and likewise silver for the tables of silver. It says also pure gold for the flesh hooks, and the bowls, and the cups, and for the golden basins. He gave gold by weight for every basin, and likewise silver by the weight for every basin of silver. And for the altar of incense, refined gold by weight, and gold for the patterns of the chariots of the cherubims, and that spread out their wings and covered the ark of the covenant of Yahweh. All this, said David, Yahweh made me understand in writing by his hand upon me, even all the works of this pattern. And David said unto Solomon, his son, be strong and of good courage, and do it. Fear not, be nor be dismayed. For Yahweh Elohim, even my Elohim, will be with thee. He will not fail thee, nor forsake thee, until thou hast finished all the work for the service of the house of Yahweh. And behold, the courses, because his dynasty represent the order of Melchizedek. So you're going to find the prince and the Levite. You're going to find the king and the Levite. It says in the 21st verse, and behold, the course of the priests and the Levites, even they shall be with thee for all the service of the house of Elohim, and there shall be with thee for all manner of workmanship, every willing, skillful man for any manner of service. Also the princes and all the people will be wholly at thy commandment. It also tells us if we take a look at the 29th chapter, while we still in First Chronicles, let's take a quick look at the 29th chapter, and let's pick up at the 10th verse. And we'll read to the 20th verse. Well, I might finish it all. Let's pick up at the 10th verse of the 29th chapter of First Chronicles, the very next chapter. And what do we find in the very next chapter, dealing with this great promise that was made to David and that was made to his house? It tells us in First Chronicles, the 29th chapter, let's start reading at the 10th verse, and it reads, wherefore David blessed Yahweh before all the congregation. And David said, blessed be thy Yahweh Elohim of Israel, our Father, forever and ever. Thy Yahweh is greatness, and the power, and the glory, and the victory, and the majesty, for all that is in the heaven and in the earth is thine. Thy is the kingdom, Yahweh, and thy art exalted as head above all. As our brother Yamin read in Psalms 24 and Psalms 47. Both riches and honor come of thee, and thy reign over all. And in thy hand is power and might, and in thy hand it is to make great and to give strength unto all. Now therefore, our Elohim, we thank thee and praise thy glorious name. But who am I, and what is my people, that we should be able to offer so willingly after this sort? For all things come of thee, and of thy own have we given thee. For we are strangers before thee, and sojourners as were all our fathers. Our days on the earth are as a shadow, and there is none abiding. Yahweh our Elohim, all this store that we have prepared to build thee an house for thy holy name, come of thy hand, and is all thy own. I know also, my Elohim, that thou triest the heart, and has pleasure in uprightness. As for me, in the uprightness of my heart, I have willingly offered all these things, and now have I seen with joy thy people are present here to offer willingly unto thee. Yahweh Elohim of Abraham, Isaac, and of Israel, our fathers, keep this forever in the imagination of the thoughts of the hearts of thy people, and prepare their heart unto thee, and give unto Solomon my son a perfect heart, to keep thy commandments, thy testimonies, and thy statutes, and to do all these things, and to build the palace for the which I have made provision. And David said to all the congregation, now bless Yahweh your Elohim. And all the congregation blessed Yahweh Elohim of their fathers, and bow down their heads and worship Yahweh and the king. And they sacrificed sacrifices unto Yahweh, and offered burnt offerings unto Yahweh on the morrow after that day, even 1,000 bullocks, 1,000 rams, 1,000 lambs, with their drink offerings, and sacrifices in abundance for all Israel. And did eat and drink before Yahweh on that day with great gladness. And they made Solomon, the son of David, king the second time, and anointed him unto Yahweh to be the chief governor, and Zadok to be priest. And please take note, when you see governor, you see prince, that denotes that he is still of the line or the original line of the Davidic kings. You might find governor, you might find shepherd, you might find branch. That denotes the king. And please mind you, who he always going to have with him to confirm what was said in Psalms 110 about the order of Melchizedek. It is a priest king. So you always going to find the king with the priest, or the priest with the king. Thus the 23rd verse reads, then Solomon sat on the throne of Yahweh as king instead of David, his father, and prospered, and all Israel obeyed him. And all the princes and the mighty men and all the sons likewise of King David submitted themselves unto Solomon the king. And Yahweh magnified Solomon exceedingly in the sight of all Israel, and bestowed upon him such royal majesty as had not been on any king before him in Israel. Thus, we're going to let y'all know this, for all of us would go the way of our fathers. Thus David, the son of Jesse, reigned over all Israel. And the time that he reigned over Israel was 40 years. 7 years reigned he in Hebron, and 33 years reigned he in Jerusalem. And he died in a good old age, full of days. Please take note. Please understand that man lived his days. Please understand that man fulfilled his days. Please understand even Yahweh extended, prolonged his days. It says, and he died in a good old age, full of days, riches and honor. And Solomon his son reigned in his room. It says, and Solomon his son reigned in his stead. Now the acts of David, the king, first and last, behold, they are written in the book of Samuel, the seer, and in the book of Nathan, the prophet, and in the book of Gad, the seer, with all his reign and his might, and the times that went over him, and over Israel, and over all the kingdoms of the countries. It also tells us, if we take a look in 2 Chronicles 23, Second Chronicles 23. I just love teaching about this man. This man was an honorable man. This man was a great man. This man's heart was after Yahweh. Yahweh seen something in this man that none of us see. It tells us in 2 Chronicles, the 23rd chapter, if we read the 2nd and 3rd verse, and it reads, "And they went about in Yehudah, and gathered the Levites out of all the cities of Yehudah, and the chiefs of the fathers of Israel, and they came to Jerusalem. And all the congregation made a covenant with the king in the house of Elohim. And he said unto them, Behold, the king's son shall reign, as Yahweh has said of the sons of David." It also tells us in this same chapter, if we pick up at the 11th verse and read to the 15th verse, and it reads, "Then they brought out the king's son and put upon him the crown." And this is talking about during the days of Thaliah. I hope I'm pronouncing her name right. She was the evil queen. This is during the days of Jehoiakim or Jehoram, and it allows us to know this is later on in retrospect. All these things that were said about David and his children, well, we later on in retrospect, we up in the days, and this is during the time of Jehoiada reform and the days that Athaliah, the queen, spoke against these great words that was made to David in their house. She spoke against the royal seed or seed royal. Thus it tells us, I think I said let's pick up at the 11th verse, but hold on one second. Yeah, let's start at the 11th verse. And it says, "Then they brought out the king's son." This king here, this son, I think, was 8 years old. It says, "Then they brought out the king's son and put upon him the crown and gave him the testimony." For there is a testimony by the law and the testimony. There are testimonies that we are establishing that David's house will rule forever. As long as the kingdom is standing, as long as the temple is standing, David's seed is standing. So is the priests. It reads, "Gave him the testimony and made him king. And Jehoiada and his sons anointed him." All of them going to be anointed. I don't care if you're 1 year old or 80 years old. And his sons anointed him and said, "Elohim, save the king." Now when Athaliah heard the noise of the people running and praising the king, she came to the people and to the house of Yahweh. And she looked, and behold, the king stood at his pillar at the entering in, and the princes and the trumpets by the king, and all the people of the land rejoiced and sounded with trumpets, also the singers with instruments of music, and such as taught to sing praises. Then Athaliah rent her clothes and said, "Treason, treason." And that's what many of you are saying. when you teach that David's sons is not going to sit on the throne, you sounded just like Athila. Treason, because you think it's supposed to be somebody else. You might even think it's supposed to be your son, or you might think it's supposed to be the son or David that was already there. Well, that's going to be treason. The only people that supposed to rule after King David is his sons. The only people allowed in that room is his sons. The only people that supposed to be the possessor of the key is his sons. Other than that, it is treason. Well, the sister had it wrong. So she thought it was treason. She wanted it to be treason because she considered herself as a queen, and the true sons of David is being raised up. So she said, treason. Then Jehoiada, the priest, brought out the captains of hundreds that were set over the host, and said unto them, have her forth, bring her butt forth of the ranges. We don't want to kill her in the camp. Kill her over there where the horses at or something. It says, have her forth of the ranges, and whoso follow her, whoever following her too, don't just get her. Everybody that was talking that mess, everybody that said it wasn't going to be David's seed, get them. It says, set over the host, and said unto them, have her forth of the ranges, and whoso followed her, let him be slain with the sword. For the priest says, slay her, not in the house of Yahweh, but this was during the time of the Sabbath, not in the house of Yahweh. So they laid hands on her, and when she was come to the entering of the horse gate by the king's house, they slew her there. So we want to acknowledge the promise of David. We want to always acknowledge the promise that in the covenant that Yahweh said he would never alter to David and his children. Thus we find in the 16th verse, and Jehoiada made a covenant between him and between all the people and between the king, that they should be Yahweh's people. Then all the people went to the house of Baal and break it down and break his altar and his images in pieces, and slew Mathan, the priest of Baal, before the altars. Also Jehoiada appointed the officers of the house of Yahweh by the hand of the priests, the Levites, whom David had distributed in the house of Yahweh, to offer the burnt offerings of Yahweh as it is written in the law of Moses, with rejoicing and with singing, as it was ordained by David. And that's why David was considered after the order of Melchizedek, because he was the king and he was the one that made sure the priestess was established. It says, and he set the porters at the gates of the house of Yahweh, that none which was unclean in anything should enter in. And he took the captains of hundreds, and the nobles, and the governors of the people, and all the people of the land, and brought down the king from the house of Yahweh. And they came through the high gates into the king's house, and set the king upon the throne of the kingdom. And all the people of the land said, amen. They rejoiced, and the city was quiet after that they had slain Athila with the sword. So wisdom is the principal thing. Therefore get wisdom. But in all thy getting, please get understanding. For there's a A way to seem right unto a man, but the end thereof is death. Thus, let us go to Psalms 72. Psalm 72. Let me speed it up a little bit because I got a few more chapter and verses I want to nail in. Psalm 72. And what we find in Psalm 72 is another great psalm. It denotes the last psalm of David. And it ends by saying the last words of David. So let's speak on that one more time, and then let's show the sons that were called, the kings that was called the sons of David. And then I need to show y'all something else, and then we can touch on the places where it says David and the name in the books of the prophets, and then we'll open on up. Right now, we should be at Psalm 72. And let me pick it up quickly. It tells us in Psalms 72, give the king thy judgments, O Elohim, and thy righteousness unto the king's son. He shall judge thy people with righteousness, and thy poor with judgment. And when he do, you're like an angel. The mountains shall bring peace to the people, and the little hills by righteousness. He shall judge the poor of the people. He shall save the children of the needy. He shall break in pieces the oppressor. They shall fear thee as long as the sun and the moon endures, as Yahweh said. Throughout all generations, he shall come down like rain upon the mowed grass, as showers that water the earth. In his days shall the righteous flourish, and abundance of peace, so long as the moon endures. And note, Solomon praying about his children. This is a psalm for Solomon. It reads, in his days shall the righteous flourish, the abundance of peace, so long as the moon endures. He shall have dominion also from sea to sea, and from the rivers into the end of the earth, as we read in Psalms 89. They that dwell in the wilderness shall bow before him, and his enemies shall lick the dust. The kings of Tarshish and of the isles shall bring presents. The kings of Seba and Sheba shall offer gifts. Yea, all kings shall fall down before him. All nations shall serve him. For he shall deliver the needy when he cry, the poor also, and him that have no helper. He shall spare the poor and needy, and shall save the souls of the needy. He shall redeem their souls from deceit and violence, and precious shall their blood be in his sight. And he shall live, and to him shall be given of the gold of Seba. Prayers also shall be made for him continually, and daily shall he be praised. There shall be a handful of corn in the earth upon the top of the mountain. The fruit thereof shall shake like Lebanon, and they of the city shall flourish like grass of the earth. His name shall endure forever, Israel. His name shall be continued as long as the sun, and men shall be blessed in him. Go all the way back to Genesis 12. All nations shall call him blessed. Blessed be Yahweh Elohim, the Elohim of Israel, who only does wondrous things. And blessed be his glorious name forever. And let the whole earth be filled with his glory. Amen and amen. The prayers of David, the Psalms of David, the son of Jesse, are ended. Thus, let us show forth these sons that David prayed for and that David seen the beginning of with his own eyes. Let's take a quick look at 2 Chronicles, the 14th chapter. 2 Chronicles, the 14th chapter. And if we take a look at 2 Chronicles 14th chapter, let's read the first five verses. Due to time restraint, let's read the first 5 verses. Please read that whole chapter yourself. It's a great chapter. It shows you the work of one that fear Yahweh and depart from evil. It shows you the work of one that is called the sons of David. Thus, the first 5 verses of 2 Chronicles, the 14th chapter, it denotes Asa rule in Yehuda. Thus it reads, So Abiah slept with his fathers, and they buried him in the city of David. And Asa, his son, reigned in his stead. Father, son. It says, and in his days the land was quiet 10 years. This quiet denotes peace. And that's how Yahweh wanted his kingdom. Yahweh didn't want his kingdom to be known as loud and war and blood. Thus, David wasn't able to build the kingdom. His son was, whose name represented peace. So that Yahweh wanted his kingdom to represent peace to the world, not just to Israel, but anybody talked about the kingdom of Yahweh, it was supposed to be denoted by peace. It says in the 2nd verse, and Asa did that which was good and right in the eyes of Yahweh his Elohim. For he took away the altars of the strange gods and the high places and break them down, the images, and cut down the groves, and commanded Yehuda to seek Yahweh Elohim of their fathers and to do the law and the commandments. Also, he took away out of all the cities of Yehuda the high places and the images, and the kingdom was quiet before him. So this is the first of the 3 that is written in the Holy Scriptures as the sons of David after King Solomon. Also, let's take a look in the book of 2 Kings, the 18th chapter. 2 Kings, the 18th chapter, to see and witness the 2nd king that is called the son of David. 2 Kings, the 18th chapter. And it reads in 2 Kings, the 18th chapter, let's read the first 8 verses, and it reads. We'll just read the first 7 verses, and it reads. Read the whole chapter in your spare time to see the doings of this great king that was called the son of David. Now it came to pass in the 3rd year of Hosea, son of Elah, king of Israel, that Hezekiah, the son of Ahaz, king of Yehuda, began to reign. 25 years old was he when he began to reign, and he reigned 29 years in Jerusalem. His mother name also was Abi, the daughter of Zechariah. And he did, please take note, and he did that which was right in the sight of Yahweh, according to all that David his father did. He removed the high places and break the images and cut down the groves and break in pieces the brazen serpent that Moses had made. For into those days the children of Israel did burn incense to it, and he called it Nahastan. He trusted in Yahweh Elohim of Israel, so that after him was none like him among all the kings of Yehuda, nor any that were before him. For he cleaved to Yahweh and departed not from following him, but kept his commandments which Yahweh commanded Moses. The last verse, the 7th verse that I will read. And Yahweh was with him, and he prospered wheresoever he went forth, and he rebelled against the king of Assyria and served him not. This is the second king that was called the son of David. And the third king is found in the 22nd chapter. Let us turn to the 22nd chapter of 2nd Kings. I just want to establish this and have this on the recording. And it is a testimony to allow us to see the absolute truth of the house of David. Thus, we should find ourselves in 2 Kings, the 22nd chapter. And let's pick up at the first verse, and we will just read to the 3rd verse. And it reads, read the whole story in your spare time, the 22nd and the 23rd chapter, because it shows the great works of a son that is called the son of David. Well, right now, due to time restraint, we will read the first 2 verses, and it reads, Josiah was 8 years old when he began to reign, a baby. And he reigned 31 years in Jerusalem. And his mother's name was Yedidiah, the daughter of Adiah of Boscat. And he did that which was right in the sight of Yahweh, and walked in all the ways of David, his what? His father, and turned not aside to the right hand or to the left. So it allows us to know that there were men that actually continued on living right, even though we had other men that were of the seed of David that did not do right. The Almighty punished many of them. And then we had sons that was raised up of the house of David that walked exactly as Yahweh commanded. Thus, it tells us, if we turn our scriptures to Isaiah, the 55th chapter. I'm bringing the presentation to a close, so I need to establish one more thing, and that is the sure mercy of Yahweh and the sure mercy that Yahweh extended to David in his house. Let's go to Isaiah 55. And we find these great words in Isaiah 55. And I hope that each and every one of you of the listening audience can eat and drink of this, eat of this bread and drink of this milk and of this wine, because I ain't charging you nothing for this truth. Thus Isaiah 55, the first verse reads, Ho, every one of you, because you're surely thirsty. If you don't understand that David's seed will rule forever, and if you thinking David coming back from the grave to rule the living seed of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, you are truly thirsty. It says, Ho, everyone that thirsts, come ye to the waters, this word, and be and he that have no money, because the truth costs you nothing. And he that have no money, come ye, buy and eat. Yea, come, buy wine and milk without money and without price. Wherefore do you spend money in these congregations, in these churches, in these classes, and allow them to teach you that David is going to return out of the grave to be king over Israel? And speak in the sense that Yahweh have destroyed the two families. It says, wherefore do you spend money for that which is not bread? You've been in them classes and you still don't know. You still ain't full. It says, and your labor for that which satisfied not. You're giving your money. They teaching that you're giving a tenth, but the tenth is coming from your labor. The tenth is coming from the money that you make on your job. It says, and your labor for that which satisfied not. And you still ain't satisfied because your brother is reproving you today for that which you speak and that which you believe. Hearken diligently unto me, and eat ye that which is good. And there is nothing better than this truth. And let your soul delight itself in fatness. Incline your ear and come into me. Hear, and your soul shall live. And I will make an everlasting covenant with you, even the sure mercies of David. And we all should know and understand what the sure mercies of David denote. That is the promise that he made with David about David's house. Behold, I have given him for a witness to the people, a leader and commander to the people. Behold, I shall call a nation that thou knowest not, and nations that knew not thee shall run into thee because of Yahweh thy Elohim, and for the Holy One of Israel, for he hath glorified thee. Seek ye Yahweh while he may be found. Call ye upon his name while he is near. Let the wicked forsake his way and his thought, and the unrighteous man his thoughts. And let him return unto Yahweh, and he will have mercy upon you. And to be our Elohim, for he will abundantly pardon. That's how we all going to be saved. For my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are your ways my ways, said Yahweh. For as the heaven are higher than the earth, so are my ways higher than your ways. And I just showed how high they are compared to your way and compared to your imagination. And my thoughts than your thoughts. For as the rain come down and the snow from heaven, and return not tired, but waters the earth, and make it bring forth and bud, just like the house of David will bud, that it may give seed to the sower and bread to the eater. So shall my word, the absolute truth of the house of David, so shall my word be that goes forth out of my mouth. It shall not return unto me void, but it shall accomplish that which I please, and it shall prosper in the things whereto I sent it. For ye shall go out with joy and be led forth with peace. The mountains and the hills shall break forth before you into singing, and all the trees of the field shall clap their hands. Instead of the thorn shall come up the fir tree, and instead of the briars shall come up the myrtle tree. And it shall be to Yahweh for a name, as David said, thy name shall be magnified, establishing his house forevermore. For an everlasting sign that shall not be cut off. And the house of David is not cut off. It also tells us, Israel, if we go to the book of Jeremiah, the 33rd chapter, to establish these great things. Jeremiah, the 33rd chapter. Please read it all in your spare time. Due to time restraint, we're going straight to the point. Thus, I would love to pick up at the 15th verse. I'll start at the 14th verse. And it tells us in Jeremiah, the 33rd chapter, the 14th verse, again, behold, the days come, said Yahweh, that I will perform that good thing which I have promised, and to the house of Israel, and to the house of Yehudah. In those days, and at that time, will I cause the branch of righteousness to grow up into David, and he shall execute judgment and righteousness in the earth, it says, and in the land. In those days shall Yehudah be saved, and Jerusalem shall dwell safely. And this is the name wherewith she, which is the land, shall be called Yahweh our righteousness. One second, because I want to go straight to another interpretation. For some reason, King James writing has threw a lot of people off. So I would like to read the 17th and the 18th verse by way of another version. It tells us in Jeremiah, the 33rd chapter, the 17th and the 18th verse, these great words, and it reads, For thus said Yahweh, David shall never want a man to sit upon the throne of the house of Israel. A lot of people have taken that verse and thought it meant that David don't want another man. And that man could be sons or whoever. They have thought that means that David don't want another man to sit on there because he's going to come back and sit on there himself. Well, let me read several versions of what King James got written. We just read the version of the King James Bible. Well, I'm about to read the other versions before me, and it reads, "For thus said Yahweh, David shall never lack a man to sit upon the throne of the house of Israel. For Yahweh has said, David will never be without a man to take his place on the seat of the kingdom of Israel. For Yahweh said, this David shall never lack a male descendant to sit on the throne of the house of Israel. For Yahweh declares that from then on, David shall forever have an higher sitting on the throne of Israel." And I got one more. "For these are the words of Yahweh. David will never lack a successor on the throne of Israel." It also tells us, if we pick up at the 24th verse, "Consider thy not what this people has spoken, saying the two families which Yahweh have chosen, he have even cast them off. Thus they have despised my people, that they should be no more a nation before them. Thus said Yahweh, if my covenant be not with day and night, and if I have not appointed the ordinance of the heaven and earth, then will I cast away the seed of Jacob." No, not just David, but all of us. "Then will I cast away the seed of Jacob, and David my servant, so that I will not take any of his seed to be rulers over the seed of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. For I will cause their captivity to return, and have mercy upon you, and the house of Levi and David." It also tells us, if we turn our scriptures to the book of Zechariah. And the first place I would love to go to in the book of Zechariah is the 4th chapter. Let us all please turn there, because we have taught by the law and the testimonies, and I have taught as long as the house, the temple of Yahweh is erected, and long as the kingdom of Yahweh is on the earth, a seed of David and a priest will be raised up to rule, to judge over Yahweh's people. And I'm going to prove that this day. Let us go to Zechariah, the 4th chapter. We're almost to the close. It tells us in Zechariah 4, if we turn there, please. Matter of fact, I would like to start at the 3rd chapter, because the 3rd chapter established the priest that's going to be with the king. or that's going to be with the shepherd, or that's going to be with the judge, or that's going to be with the prince. So let's start at Zechariah, the 3rd chapter, and let's pick up at the 3rd verse. Zechariah, the 3rd chapter, the 3rd verse, and it reads, Now Joshua was clothed with filthy garments, just like you are today. It says, Now Joshua was clothed with filthy garments and stood before the angel. And he answered and speak unto those that stood before him, saying, Take away, the angel that is, saying, Take away the filthy garments from him. And to him he said, Behold, I have caused thy iniquity to pass from thee. We just read about the great pardoning that Yahweh will do for his people. And that pardoning represents forgiving you, setting you free. It says, I have caused thy iniquity, sin, to pass from thee, and I will clothe thee with change of raiment, because I'm taking the filthy clothes off of you, just like he's going to do us. And I said, let them set a fair mitre upon his head. So they set a fair mitre upon his head. That's the thing that the priests wear on his head. And clothed him with the garments, the holy garments. And the angel of Yahweh stood by. And the angel of Yahweh protested unto Joshua, saying, Thus said Yahweh of hosts, if thou will walk, the same thing applies, if thou will walk in my ways, and if thou will keep my charge, then thou shalt also judge my people. Well, look who the judge is. And shall also keep my courts, and I will give thee places to walk among these that stand by. He's talking about angels. Hear now, O Joshua the high priest, thy and thy fellows that sit before thee, for they are men wondered at. For behold, note, for behold, look what he's telling the high priest. For behold, I will bring forth my servant the branch. Well, we just read in Ezekiel 33, dealing with the good times, dealing with the day that was supposed to come to pass, dealing with the branch. And it ran straight into David and his seed. The 9th verse reads, For behold, the stone that I have laid upon Joshua, upon one stone shall be 7 eyes, and these eyes denote spirits. Behold, I will engrave the engraving thereof, said Yahweh of hosts, and I will remove the iniquity of that land in one day. So when Almighty won't forgive us, it ain't going to take 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 years to be done. It will be done in one day. The Almighty created the heaven and earth in 6 days. You think he can't forgive you and clean you up in one day? You got to be kidding. The 10th verse reads, In that day, said Yahweh of hosts, shall ye call every man his neighbor under the vine and under the fig tree, back to thy father's landmark. For your father's landmark shall never be removed. The 4th chapter, the 1st verse reads, and the angel that talked with me came again, and waked me as a man that is wakened out of his sleep, and said unto me, what seest thou? And I said, I have looked, and behold, a candlestick. And remember, I asked y'all to remember this candlestick. Remember this light. What Yahweh said he will leave out for David's sake. It reads, and I said, I have looked, and behold, a candlestick of gold, with a bowl upon the top of it, and his 7 lamps thereon, and 7 pipes to the 7 lamps, which are upon the top thereof, and 2 olive trees by it, one upon the right side of the bowl. And please take note of this metaphor, because we're going to interpret it to something that is greatness. And the other upon the left side thereof. So I answered and speak to the angel that talked with me, saying, what are these, my master? Then the angel that talked with me answered and said unto me, knowest thou not what these be? He didn't, and many of you don't. And I said, no, my master. Then he answered and spake unto me, saying, this is the word of Yahweh and to Zerubbabel, saying, not by might, nor by power, but by my spirit, said Yahweh of hosts. Who art thou, O great mountain? Before Zerubbabel. I don't care who you are. I don't care what kingdom you rule. It says, who art thou, O great mountain? Before Zerubbabel. Thou shalt become a plain, and he shall bring forth the headstone thereof with shouting, crying, grace, grace into it. And this headstone, another word for this headstone, is capstone. And if we have any masons or masonries among us, they can witness what I'm saying. It do not denote the first stone that builds. It denotes the last stone that finished the building. And Zerubbabel is the prince of the seed of David, and he has the spirit to place the last stone to the finished temple of Yahweh, which is denoted as the second temple. It reads in the 8th verse, moreover, the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, the hand of Zerubbabel have laid the foundation of this house. His hands shall also finish it. That's why he laid the last stone. And thou shall know that Yahweh of hosts has sent me into you. For who hath despised the day of small things? For they shall rejoice and shall see the plummet in the hand of Zerubbabel with those 7. They are the eyes of Yahweh, which run to and fro through the whole earth. Then answered I, and said unto him, the angel that is, what are these 2 olive trees upon the right side of the candlestick, and upon the left side thereof? And I asked again, and said unto him, what be these 2 olive branches, which through the 2 golden pipes empty the golden all out of themselves? Please take note of these next 2 verses, because this is greatness. This is mercy. It says, and he answered me and said, knowest thou not what these be? No, because I've been taught that the house of David and the house of Levi, the 2 families, are no more. So no, I don't know what they mean. Well, it says, he said, no, my master. And here is the interpretation of what we just read. Then said he, these are the 2 anointed ones. And I've taught from the beginning of this lesson, we are not no messiahs. We have never been called the Messiah, even though you find that in your book. We are known as Mashiachs. I don't care if you were king or priest. You was a Mashiach. You were never called a Messiah. A Mashiach is a anointed one, somebody that Yahweh command to be anointed. Thus it reads, then said he, these are the 2 anointed ones that stand by Yahweh of the whole earth. And those 2 people was himself that did not know, and that was Joshua and Zerubbabel. For Zerubbabel, if you take a look, well, I'm not going there, if you take a look in 1 Chronicles, the 3rd chapter, you will find Zerubbabel being the son of Solomon. He is the grandson of Jehoiakim, the last king that ruled in Yehuda. So for all those that didn't know, when the children of Israel came up out of Babylon, they did come out of Babylon with the 2 anointed ones. One anointed to be priest, and the other anointed to be the prince of the original Davidic line. Also, it tells us why we're in the book of Zechariah, if we pick up at the 12th chapter. The 12th chapter. And let me go straight to the point that's found in the 12th chapter. Let's start reading at the 5th verse. And what we find here is more truth. For it says, and the governor of Yehuda shall say in their heart, the inhabitants of Jerusalem shall be my strength, and Yahweh of hosts their Elohim. In that day will I make the governors of Yehuda like an heath, and the fire among the wood, and like a torch of fire in a sheaf. And they shall devour all people round about, on the right hand and on the left. And Jerusalem shall be inhabited again in her own place, even in Jerusalem. And please take note, for the envy that many of us have against the two families. It says, and Yahweh also shall save the tents of Yehuda first. Why? That the glory of the house of David and the glory of the inhabitants of Jerusalem do not magnify themselves against Yehuda. In that day shall Yahweh defend the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and he that is feeble among them, note, and he that is feeble among them at that day shall be as David, not David, but as David. And the house of David shall be as Elohim, as the angel of Yahweh before them. And there is a scripture. I said I was going to read it because I don't really think y'all understand what I just read. Let me read this again. It says in the 8th verse, in that day shall Yahweh defend the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and he that is feeble among them at that day shall be as David. It put me in the mind when Yahweh told Moses that Aaron should be as you, and the house of David shall be as Elohim. It put me in the mind when Yahweh said that Aaron should be as Moses, and Moses should be instead of Elohim. The house of David shall be as Elohim, as the angel, back to the angel of Yahweh before them. And it shall come to pass in that day that I will seek to destroy all the nations that come against Jerusalem. And I will pour upon the house of David and upon the inhabitants of Jerusalem the spirit of grace and of supplication, and they shall look upon me whom they have pierced, talking about the angel, and they shall mourn for him as one mourned for his only son, and shall be in bitterness for him as one that is in bitterness for his firstborn. In that day shall there be a great mourning in Jerusalem, as the mourning of Hidad-Rimmon in the valleys of Magadan. And the land shall mourn, every family apart, the family of the house of David apart, and their wives apart, the family of the house of Nathan apart, and their wives apart, the family of the house of Levi apart, and their wives apart, the family of Shimei apart, and their wives apart. All the families that remain, every family apart, and their wives apart. And in that day there shall be a fountain open to the house of David and to the inhabitants of Jerusalem for sin. There they are. How they get back? Based on our teaching, the Almighty did away with them. Well, how are they getting back? Why is there a fountain for them to be cleansed? It says, in that day there shall be a fountain open to the house of David, not to David, but to his house, and to the inhabitants of Jerusalem for sin and for uncleanness. And it shall come to pass in that day, said Yahweh of hosts, that I will cut off the name of the idols out of the land, and they shall no more be remembered. And also I will cause the prophet and the unclean spirit to pass out of the land. I said I wanted to put emphasis on what we read in the 8th verse. In that day shall Yahweh defend the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and he that is feeble among them at that day shall be as David, and the house of David shall be as Elohim. Let's take a quick look. Let's turn our scriptures to the book of Exodus, the 4th chapter. Let me show you something that you might ain't never seen. and it will interpret what you just read in Zechariah, the 12th chapter, the 8th verse. It will give you a true biblical meaning of what you just read in that 8th verse. Is Exodus, the 4th chapter. And what we find in Exodus, the 4th chapter, I got to go straight to the point due to time restraint. Exodus, the 4th chapter. Let's take a look at the 16th verse. Exodus, the 4th chapter, the 16th verse reads. I'll start at the 15th verse. And it reads, and thou shalt speak into him, talking about Aaron, and put words in his mouth, and I will be with thy mouth and with his mouth, and will teach you what ye shall do. Note the 16th verse. What you are about to read in the 16th verse is what you just read in Zechariah, the 12th chapter, the 8th verse, dealing with David's house and Yehudah. It says, and he shall be thy spokesman into the people, and he shall be, even he shall be to thee instead of a mouth. So Aaron is going to be just like Moses' mouth. When Aaron speaks, it's going to be as Moses is speaking. And then it reads, and thy shall be to him, to Aaron, instead of Elohim. So that is saying that Moses will be in the place of Elohim when he speaks to his brother Aaron. That is the exact same thing you just read about David's house speaking to Yehudah. And I will end on this note. I wanted to go to where David's name is spoken. Anybody that have questions dealing with that, we can go with that, and that can be included during the comment and questions, because due to time restraint, we already at 10 o'clock. So I'm going to end it on this great note of salvation. Let us all turn our scriptures to Isaiah 11, and let's close on that note. Isaiah 11. And please, somebody bring up that I just brought forth, that Exodus 4, and that's Zechariah 12 and 8. Right now, we all going to Isaiah 11. Because I know many people didn't know that. Isaiah 11. And we're just going to close on the first 9 verses. And it reads, and there shall come forth a rod out of the stem of Jesse, and a branch shall grow out of his roots. And the Spirit of Yahweh shall rest upon him, the Spirit of wisdom and understanding, the Spirit of counsel and might, the Spirit of knowledge and of the fear of Yahweh, and shall make him of quick understanding in the fear of Yahweh. And he shall not judge after the spirit of his eyes, neither reprove after the hearing of his ears, but with righteousness. And if he's doing this, he's going to be considered as an angel, as we have already read. But with righteousness shall he judge the poor, and reprove with equity for the meek of the earth. And he shall smite the earth with the rod of his mouth, and with the breath of his lips shall he slay the wicked. And righteousness shall be the girdle of his lions, and this great faithfulness the girdle of his horns. The wolf shall also dwell with the lamb, peace. And the leopard shall lie down with the kid, peace. And the calf and the young lion and the fatlings together, and a little child shall lead them peacefully. And the cow and the bear shall feed their young ones, shall lie down together, and the lion shall eat straw like an ox, peacefully. And the sucking child shall play on the hole of the apse, and the weaned child shall put his hand on the crooked den, dealing with peace. They shall not hurt nor destroy in all my holy mountain. That's once Yahweh kingdom is reestablished, and we know that the king of David, a seed of David, the Davidic dynasty, the house of David will be set up doing these things. And the 9th verse in closing says, they shall not hurt nor destroy in all my holy mountain, for the earth shall be full of the knowledge of Yahweh as the waters cover the sea. Amen. Hallelujah. That will be the end of the presentation that was called The Absolute Truth of the House of David. We will open up for comments and questions. You can, those that can unmute themselves, you can unmute yourselves as Sister Keturah tries to unmute y'all. So y'all all can unmute yourself. Give me 1 second. We are soliciting any comments and questions.
Shalom, is everybody still there?
Shalom, yes, I'm here.
The brother will be back on in just a second.
Is there any comments or questions?
Shalom, brother, Elder Samuel.
Shalom, my sister.
I always enjoy your teachings. I really, really do. And I just wanted to say, all the stuff that we're facing today with everything that's going on, I wanted to know if there was any scriptures that we could read like throughout the week to give us some encouragement, because a lot of people are fading fast and a lot of people are losing their hope. And I just wanted to know if what you think about that, if that's something that you could help us with.
Well, what we just read today, should give us a lot of hope, because I just established, dealing with the house of David, the same hope that we have for the house of David to return and to no longer be afflicted by the rod of man and by the stripes of man, are the same words of hope that we're supposed to be holding on to. And the Almighty, through this presentation, just let us know that the house of David is going to be saved out of that. So was all of Israel. So we're going to be saved out of these things. We're going to be brought back. And I wanted to make that point because many people was teaching that it was going to be David to sit back on the throne because of what David's seed had did. And they didn't realize that the rest of the seeds of Israel is just as guilty. And they got cast out of the land. And they were hoping to be brought back. Well, the Almighty let us know that that's exactly what he's going to do. Because of his mercy, because of his loving kindness, because of his long suffering, because of his truth, because of his goodness, that he was going to save you, that you was going to be pardoned, and that you was going to be brought back, and those filthy garments was going to be taken off of you, and the spirit of righteousness was going to be placed on you, and you was going to be clean and reestablished once again. That's from all of your iniquities, all of your trials and tribulations, from all of your troubles, from your servitude, from your affliction. I just gave a beautiful lesson letting us know that will answer that statement that you just made. We're going to be saved out of it. It's nothing else in here that we can read that differs from what Yahweh said, how he was going to pardon us and our captivity should return.
Hallelujah.
We got to be saved. We got to be saved from the curses that we find ourselves under. And all the things that you're speaking about denote the curses. It denotes your servitude and your affliction, your troubles. And we got to fear Yahweh. That way, you're not caught up in what they call an accident, a stray bullet, or whatever trials and tribulations come our way. The Almighty is nigh to them that fear him. So we got to fear Yahweh. That's the only thing I can tell you. I can try to twist these scriptures and make a good story, a comfort for you, but that is not the truth. The truth of the matter is we find ourselves in hell. And while we find ourselves in hell, we must fear Yahweh and depart from evil and hope in the words that we find in this book, that Yahweh will save us just like he saved our fathers. That's all we got. Everything else is talk. And I don't do that talking.
As for hallelujah for that, and I do know that to be sure, and that's truly what we can hold on to. And those that keep having an issue with David, whether or not he's going to reign or his his seed is going to reign, they need to listen to your previous teachings because you break it down so thorough and so good that if they don't understand, they really should understand once they listen to the teachings that you've brought forth.
Hallelujah. And what we just said in Isaiah 55, and I would love to say it again to your comment. It says, and that's why we teach and think the way we do, because we know that we've been taught these things. So the Almighty says, ho, everyone that thirsts. We thirsting for the truth. We want to know how we're going to get out of this mess. We want to know what we hoping in. Ho, everyone that thirsts, come ye to the waters, and he that have no money, come ye buy and eat. Yea, come buy wine and milk without money and without price. Wherefore do you spend your money in these classes, in these congregations, being taught wrong, that which is not bread? Or spend your money for that which is not bread, and your labors that you have given up for that which satisfy not. Hearken diligently unto me, and eat ye that which is good, and let your soul delight itself in fatness. Incline your ear, come into me, hear, and your soul shall live. And I will make an everlasting covenant with you, even the sure mercies of David. So if they truly want to hear, if they truly open up their ear and hear, they will truly see these great words of goodness. And this sure mercy of David is extended to us all that fear him and depart from evil. That was very wisely spoken. I love the comment. Is there any other questions or comments?
Shalom.
Shalom. So,
This is Sister Danya. I am very happy that you did this lesson again. Earlier this week, I had a conversation with a brother because he has shared a teaching on David by the house of Israel. And I just kind of said that, that teaching is under question, and he got upset. He said, oh, this is from a woman that teaches we can't turn back to the law and be saved from that. And I said, you know what, I'm not going to quarrel with you, brother, but I'm glad that I'm going to be able to share this, and we'll see what he has to say.
Absolutely. Share it with our brothers and sisters, because many of them only know what they've been taught. Most times we talk from what we've been taught. And we have been taught in these classes that most of them follow the same criteria. They say the same thing, no matter if it's a House of Israel in Cincinnati, a House of Israel in Atlanta, a House of Israel in Chicago, House of Israel in Philly. They say the same thing. It's like a school or a college. You got to teach the same criteria, and that's what they do, even though that criteria is wrong.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Well, hopefully we'll see what this brother has to say after. I did invite him to the call, but I'm sure that sometimes ego will not allow you to just join right away. So hopefully he'll listen to the repeat when it's shared, see what happens.
Absolutely. We all pray that Yahweh open up our ears that we may hear, because many of our ears are closed.
Oh, yeah.
So the Almighty is the one that gives us wisdom. If he open up your ear, you're going to hear.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. That's very wisely spoken, my sister, and we definitely praying for our brother. Is there any other comments or questions?
Shalom, shalom. Excellent class. I'm thoroughly enjoyed it. So many nuggets in the class, so many good verses. Definitely a class that have to go over again, just because there's so many good things in here. But the last bombshell that you brought out in Exodus 4, that one was so powerful, 4 and 16. And it just also just gives a whole lot of strength to the things that Moses spoke also, because it's like it's saying you had Aaron as a spokesman, and then but Moses was speaking. It was like he was standing in the place of the Most High.
Hallelujah.
When you look at his words, people try to say, "Oh, that was Moses." Like they're looking at him like it was a man who gave these commandments, these laws, statutes, and judgments. But this was the Most High himself speaking. Speaking with his mouth. That is just amazing. Like
that is
cold. It says so much. I was just rejoicing when we read that. I said, "Wow, this is powerful." Thank you for bringing that out. And shalom.
The brother got disconnected. He's calling back in.
Oh, okay. I thought I didn't know what happened.
Sorry about that, Israel. I got kicked off. But what I was saying was what we just seen with our own eyes and heard with our own ears about Moses. And as our great sister was just speaking about Moses actually being in the stead of Elohim. And the Almighty put the Spirit on Aaron where he was actually in the stead of Moses. We was receiving words out of Moses' mouth as Yahweh was speaking. And that is the same thing we find in Zechariah, the 12th chapter. The house of David was going to be as Elohim, and David or Yehuda was going to be as the house of Elohim, or the house of David. The Yehuda was going to be as the house of David, and the house of David was going to be in the stead of Elohim. So when the house of David spoke, it was like Yahweh speaking. And when Yehuda spoke, it was like David's house speaking. And that is divinity. That is divinity right there. Like I said, the Almighty had blessed it, our great Father, way back when, with that great divinity. When he gave him the power to bless and curse. That is divinity. No nation on the earth has that. We were to bless and curse all the nations of the world. That's how holy of a people we're supposed to be when we are reestablished, when we are right, when we are walking in the fear of Yahweh. We are angels on the earth.
Hallelujah.
And that's all I wanted y'all to see, because I know many people do not teach this truth. Is there any other comments or questions?
When is y'all gonna rescue us?
Say that again.
When are we gonna be rescued?
That I don't know. It don't say. I don't have the chapter and verse to go to give you that great answer.
So this same predicament that we're in has happened before, right? Like thousands of years ago.
Well, it done happened a couple of times. A lot of people teach that this would be the third Exodus. Your brother a lot of people teach that this would be the second Exodus. Your brother teach this would be the third Exodus, because the first Exodus was when we came up out of Egypt. The second Exodus should denote when we came up out of Babylon in the north. Now we find ourselves in America scattered abroad. A lot of people like to say, well, this will denote the second Exodus based on Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, the 68th verse, because it says that we will come by way of ships, and no man will be able to redeem thee or buy thee back. Well, I think we talked about that in the last presentation, that dealing with the European Jews and them, that the Israelites had endured a captivity by way of ships 500 years before the Atlantic slave trade. So it's hard to really say when will we be saved from this. All I know is that we are to hope in these words, and the Almighty is going to do what he said he was going to do. None of his words should return to him void. So we have to hope and wait in Yahweh. Far as the day, it does not tell us the day. I don't know. I don't have that answer, sister.
So during the other captivities, those Israelites knew who they were, or did they? Because like in this one, we didn't. We just waking up. So was it the same with them?
Well, matter of fact, dealing with the Babylonian captivity, many other people did not know who they were. Many of the people's names were changed. Many of the people didn't even speak the tongue of the Hebrews, so they didn't really know who they were. But being reestablished and being cleaned up, they found out who they were, and then they were to be that holy people once again. Unfortunately, they sinned again. That's why the second temple was destroyed. Right, and that's another way. That's another way that we can denote the Exodus, because people said us being in America denote the second Exodus. Well, how many temples been up so far? At least 2 that we know in our scripture. We got the story about Hurl and all them destroying the temple in 70 A.D., so they used that part of history to teach how the second temple was destroyed. Well, for us to be coming out of a third Exodus, wouldn't a third temple be built? Absolutely. So we got to be waiting on a third Exodus instead of the second Exodus, because the second Exodus truly denote the children of Israel coming out of Babylon in the north. A lot of people teach because they don't have that answer and they don't really want to trust in the Most High. Sometimes they fooling us, so they act like they have that answer. We done had many brothers that call themselves Marays and scholars and all that have taught that we were going home 2019. Well, it is 2023, about to be 2024 in another month. And we still here. I don't teach like that. I teach what is written. I am not ashamed to tell you I don't know. Because I don't. And just like we seen about Joshua, the high priest, he didn't know. So the angel had to interpret to him and let him know. Well, we don't know today. When the Almighty revealed to us, then we going to know. Right now, we do not know when we getting out of this mess. All I know is we in mess. And I know it's been a long time, but please remember that the scripture reads that the whole sojourning of the children of Israel in Egypt was 430 years. That was a long time too. They teaching we've been here for 400, so that was just as long as our fathers endured and sojourned in Egypt, being servants and afflicted. So all we got is hope that the Almighty save us like he saved our fathers. And I know, as I just stated, it's been a long time, but so was it with our fathers in Egypt.
Shalom, shalom, my brother.
Shalom, brother.
Just want to add on to what you are speaking about. Very true. All we can do is sit still, strength in the Most High, fear and depart from evil, as stated, and also knowing that we are in our graves, recognizing at the time they lost their hopes, like the bones in the valley. A lot of us coming to understand who we are and are waking up from the grave. And all we can do is sit still and wait upon the Most High, trust him, depend upon him, and he's going to accomplish what he's going to accomplish. And like you said, we don't know, but he knows. And if we know that he knows, all we have to do is just trust in him and continue to fear him, depart from evil, and let him do what he's going to do, because his word is solid. It's established.
Well, we don't have
and
go ahead, bro.
I just want to, just add on to what you're saying and acknowledge those things that we can look towards as well, and just stand strong, keep our minds stayed on the Most High. That's it. And shalom, halal, great presentation.
Hallelujah. And I would just like to add on, there was a lot of people that died before the children of Israel came out of Egypt. The scripture tells us the whole sojourning was 430 years. You know how many people died in 430 years? But did the people come out? Absolutely. The scripture tells us that Joseph told the people that Yahweh was going to visit them. And then the next chapter tells us that whole generation died. Well, was the people visit? Absolutely. Moses and them brought them out. But still, that whole generation died of Joseph. It was many people dealing with the servitude and affliction died. They was killing our sons. Many of our sons died. But we still was saved. We still came out of it. And Yahweh said, you might forget, but I will never forget what has happened to you. And he killed them all. And he brought us into the land of promise. Well, y'all can rest assured that those same things is going to happen. Yahweh said, you might forget, but I will never forget. So all this bloodshed, all this trouble, all this hell that we have endured will not go unjudged.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
And it might not be us. That's why I teach like this. It might not be us. It might be our babies that come out. That's what happened in Egypt. It wasn't the fathers. It wasn't the uncles. It was the babies.
Yeah. That's probably
Everybody died off in Egypt.
Of course. I mean, It ain't selfish to say you want to be saved. It ain't selfish to say you want to enter in. But the reality, as my brother just stated, Yahweh going to do his will. We might not be them, but I guarantee our children is. We might not be the people that go in. We might be the people that get saved. But I guarantee, based on these words, our children is, or they children is, however much longer we got here, somebody getting saved. And these heathens, the wicked, was created for the day of destruction. And you can believe that day is coming.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Great comments, brothers and sisters. Is there any other comments or questions? Let me ask a question to the listening audience. Do we need to go to the book of the prophets where David's name is written to explain what that means? Do anybody on the line see a contradiction based on the name David being in the book of the prophets and what we just displayed dealing with the absolute truth of the house of David? Or do we all see that David's coming back or his seed?
It's his seed.
I know I was taught a lot of wrong stuff.
Say that again, sister. I didn't hear you. Say that again.
I was taught a lot of wrong information, wrong that was wrong. And according to the word that you bring out of the book, it was wrong teaching.
Our word is true.
Hallelujah. And the scripture tells us in Proverbs, I think it's the 9th chapter, it says, forsake the foolish and live, and go in the way of understanding. He that reprove a scorner get himself shame, and he that rebuke a wicked man get himself a blot. But if you reprove, it said, reprove not a scorner, lest he hate thee. Rebuke a wise man, and he will love thee. Give instruction to a wise man, and he will be yet wiser. Teach a just man, and he will increase in learning. So all we doing is increasing in learning. Many of the things that you have been taught, I was taught also. Out here in the streets teaching that mess to my brothers and sisters. Until I have been reproved and until I have learned better, now we are teaching that which will increase learning. The fear of Yahweh is the beginning of wisdom, and the knowledge of the holy is understanding. And we have been revealing the knowledge of the holy. Thus, we have understanding this day. I was taught the same thing. Many of us on this call have been taught the same thing. And it was wrong. But the Almighty has opened up our ear that we may hear this day, that we may fear Yahweh and depart from evil, and we have increased in learning. Great comment, sister, because it applies to us all. Is there any other comments or questions? It was rumored that when the children of Israel came out of Babylon, there was not a seed of David to sit upon the throne. There was not one of the house of David that ruled over Israel. Is that a true statement or a false statement?
False.
Based on what we brought out with Zechariah 4, I also wanted to speak on Ezra, but I skipped over it due to time restraint. And what we brought, I skipped over Haggai also. But what we brought out with Isaiah 55, Zechariah 4, Zechariah 12, it allowed us to know that there was a prince and a high priest that brought the children of Israel out of Babylon. And their name was Joshua for the high priest and Zerubbabel for the seed and the house of David. For he was truly one of the sons of Solomon, and Zerubbabel was the grandson of the last king that ruled in Yehuda by the name of Jehoiakim. So when you hear people say with lack of understanding that there was no king that came out of Babylon, that is incorrect. You can let them know his name was Zerubbabel. He was of the divine seed of David and Solomon. He was the grandson of the last king that ruled in Yehuda.
I got a question, Elder. You said during the class you made some reference to that as long as the temple was there, that someone would be sitting upon the throne. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but so I'm wondering when the 70 AD destruction of the temple took place, who was sitting on the throne at that time from the house of David?
Well, that would denote the house of the second temple. What history teach is that there was no son of David. They teach that the priests took over. That's why when you get in the book of the Apocryphers, the first teachings that you find in there is about the Maccabees. And the Maccabees didn't supposed to represent the house of Yehuda. They supposed to represent the Levites. They supposed to represent the houses of the priests. So what they leave us with is a history of the priests. They exclude the king. I don't really know. It don't tell us in our Holy Scripture. I witness what we got in this book. It don't tell us who was the king later on in retrospect. But history teaches, and these people that done dipped and dabbed in our books, they teach that there was no more king. It was only a priest. But we know that is not true based on what they tried to conjure up, because they tried to conjure up that this character in the New Testament come from the seed of David. So if there wasn't no more seeds of David, where did he come from? You get me? You get it?
Exactly. Yes, sir.
And we know that history in the world teaches that the book we have in our hand that we call the Scriptures of Truth, they call the Christian Bible. So it allows us to know that they done had power to dip and dab, and it tells us that in Daniel, the 7th chapter, that the Almighty gave that power over to them to where they can change times and things like that. But once their time is up, the Almighty reveals the truth. We got a lot of truth in here that the Almighty has opened up our eyes to be able to see, even though it's been tampered with. So I don't really have the name. I don't really have the name. I know some of the things that they did. I know that they called all the tribe of Yehuda and really characterized all the tribes of Israel as Jews. So they taking away our name. They're going to take away our fame. They're going to put an Edomite, I think, dealing with that temple. Wasn't it Hurl or something like that? He was an Edomite. Well, we just read that an Edomite could never be in the room of David. We just read that an Edomite could never have the key of David. Didn't we just read that?
Yes, sir.
But they said King Hurl. King Hurl. And King Hurl supposed to have been an Edomite. So we know that's not true. But I'm just trying to answer your question the best I can with history and what we don't have in the Bible and what we do have in the Bible. So I can't really answer. Go ahead, sister.
I was going to say, yes, their crafty counsel is
absolutely
is really deep. But we do know for sure that no word of the Most High will come back void. So that I guess we just have to rest on that.
And not only that, we still got to establish that was Yahweh's temple and that was Yahweh's kingdom. Because you asked me about the comment I made, and that was based on the prayer that that David made toward Yahweh. He said that your name will be magnified as long as your temple and your kingdom established, so will my seed be established. So if it was a legit temple and it was legit kingdom of Yahweh during the times of Christianity or whatever they call that, then you could rest assured the seed of David was standing. I don't care if they tried to kill him, they killed him or whatever. A seed of David was to be the ruler of that day. Well, according to the New Testament, it was a king called Hurl. And he was an Edomite, not Yehuda, nor of the house of David. They saying Jesus was that. And then the people, based on the story, said he was not the king. So based on that history, a true son of David was not ruling. So that temple might not have been true. That temple might not have been erected by the king of David.
Mm-hmm.